What's up, guys? Hold on. I'm coming right now, I promise. Um, that on, that off. Welcome to Kitchen Court Cases, where we watch court in my kitchen. I just finished this case. We're gonna watch it right now. Let me get it for us. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. Thank you for waiting. My camera angle is wrong already. I can just tell that right away. Oh, it's one of those kinds of days. Okay. I would love to hear what everybody had for their dinner tonight. If you didn't like what you had for dinner, tell me what you wish you had. It is still beautiful light outside. You can see the green, but it's gonna rain where I am. Um, Judge Davis was just getting sassy, guys. It's gonna be good. Um, I think we'll show that one first, the full one. I got a couple really good ones, but we'll start with that last one that I just finished off because I think it's worth it. Oh, I need something for my mouse to work properly up here. Um, oh, it's because I didn't set my windows up. Okay, here we go. Hopefully, I'm able to. Oh, yeah, oh, hold on. Woo! We're switching screens. This one here and okay, we got that.
So we'll now be hearing the cases. There's 4 cases. Shannon versus Shorts.
I'm just getting
as well
it
as
right.
Shannon versus Sela. Those are. Give me the phone, let you guys know what we're dealing with here. And so the first case is a criminal trespass and disorderly conduct from February 20th, 2023 against Stacey Shorts. That's position 6. Position 7 is a criminal trespass, disorderly conduct, and simple assault. Things like similar, just one other charge from also February 20th, 2023. And then position 8 is against Mr. Sela, as well as for criminal trespass, disorderly conduct, and simple assault from February 2020. And then, so it appears here, Mr. Sela, I'm not sure how this happened here. Mr. Shannon.
Shannon, yes.
But you filed twice, and then the second one you added an additional charge, but the first one there were 2 charges, but appeared to be the same charge from the same date.
When I submitted the evidence to the magistrate, was Judge Kemp. He then added the additional charges after I presented the evidence.
He added additional charges.
Yeah, yes.
I don't know if he can add additional charges. Is that what he said he did?
No.
Because it wouldn't be
because my charges were criminal.
Let me be honest. Let me be clear. The judges don't add additional charges.
Right. My charges were criminal trespass and disorderly conduct. And after I submitted the information I got back, it was escalated to 3 charges, which was criminal trespass, disorderly conduct, and the actual assault.
Okay.
Now, Your Honor, I do have a question, a preliminary question. Based on the evidence that Mr. Shannon provided, it seems like he is making allegations against my children. I don't know what he's referring to, these 4 different incidents occurring on the same day. I need to know if we are defending my children as well as ourselves.
No, you're not defending your children. The only cases I see are against you and Mr. Sela. I don't see anything against any minors, and you wouldn't be able to do so. Well, that's not true. people pursue claims against minors all the time in front of me, so that wouldn't be totally inappropriate, but that's not what's happening. So we're here on a February 20th, 2023 event against both you, Ms. Short, and Mr. Seela regarding allegations, as I said, for pretty much the same allegations, disorderly conduct, as well as criminal trespass and possibly simple assault. But obviously, Mr. Shannon is alleging that he didn't actually make that allegation, but somehow it was added. So this is what we're going to do. I'm just going to confirm with you guys about your evidence and your testimony, in your witnesses that you may have today, and then we'll go from there. So, Mr. Shannon, let me confirm. Do you have any witnesses?
Yes, I do.
And where are those witnesses?
They're here. I have two.
Are they here with you in your room?
Yes, they're here with me in my room.
Then they need to go into another room.
Okay. My evidence was submitted on 4/27. I received receipt confirmation that was received at 9:50 p.m.
I do see some evidence here from you, Mr. Shannon.
Your Honor, I do not have that evidence.
No, I know we're gonna introduce. I'm just looking here. I see you sent the court some Google slides. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to download it. Hold on. Did you submit any evidence, Ms. Shorts or Mr. Sealand?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Do you have any witnesses as well, other than each other?
Possibly one witness.
Okay. Well, let's just go ahead and if they're in the room with you, get them to move out of the room. And then just confirm I have all the evidence. Bear with me. I'm going to take a brief recess and then we'll get to it.
While the judge is taking that brief recess, why don't I fill us in right now? If I'll just remind you, we take attendance here by hitting the like button. Please make sure we mark your attendance correctly. And you hit the like or dislike button. We're really close to perfect attendance right now. Secondly, this is a civilian warrant hearing. What a civilian warrant
While
hearing.
we're on a recess, Ms. Shorts, I just wanted to make sure I received the evidence. Did you send it today or was this before?
Yes, ma'am. It was sent earlier today.
Earlier today.
Let me check the time.
Oh, you know what? Never mind. I got it right here. I think this.
Okay, so I'm just going to say it right now. This chick, this is immediately going to be a very different kind of hearing than we're used to because these are civilian warrant applications. And so what that means is Georgia is one of the few states where a civilian can petition the court directly to have somebody arrested. Generally, that is something handled. So okay. Well, now my camera is just too small or too short. Generally, that's something that the police handle, not people. And so you're not really allowed to like go to the judge and be like, this guy's a bad guy. But in Georgia, you are, and they're called civilian warrant applications, and that's what we're about to watch. So the people, actually, what's interesting about this case is they all have cross petitions against each other. So this is a big sort of case. But generally, yeah, I'm gonna have to move that. I'm just gonna have to move it back up here for now. I'm sorry. Look at my kitchen's dirty too. Oh, let's just play and get me out of the way. This is one of my favorite judges, though, Judge Davis. He gets saucy in this one.
This is it.
6:28 p.m.
Yeah, this is it. I just want to make sure. Okay, so is this for both, all four cases, or was there something separate for, I want to say your husband?
No, that's for both of us.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure.
Thank you.
All right, folks. I've looked at it. So this is what I'm going to do. It's 8:45. We're going to have this hearing. And so let's go ahead and I'm going to give Mr. Shannon till about 8:49 to tell me why the allegation, because it seems all really be the same thing for both parties. So go ahead and you can give the court some. Well, I'm sorry. Let me get everybody under oath. I apologize. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, under penalty and perjury of the law?
Yes.
And
All right, Mr. Shannon.
Yes. On 420, my daughter and I were coming from her school. We arrived home to find Mr. Silla trespassing on my property. He was standing in the middle of my yard, close to my wife's car, at the end of my driveway. As I drove down my driveway, I rolled down my window, and it's plain to him that he was trespassing. At that time, he began to become belligerent, start cursing me out, and just becoming irate. At that time, I put my vehicle in park. I was in my driveway, but I put my vehicle in park. I told my daughter to not be afraid to go straight into the house and let her mother know what was going on outside. I got out of the car. All the attention was on me to make sure it wasn't on my daughter. There was no threat toward my daughter, but it was all geared on me. Mr. Stiller repeated, "I will kick your ass. You don't run shit. You don't tell me what to do. What you gonna do about it?" Just acting totally belligerent. At the time, I said, "You're trespassing. My sign is over there. It says no trespassing."
Wait.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I need to know if these are closed. Are these opening statements, or is he testifying?
No,
Because I would like to object.
Miss Short. Nobody did that but you. Believe me, if I was having him, if he was saying something that was inappropriate, I would have stopped him. But this is an opening statement. He's just giving a statement about what's going on. Stop! Don't do that again. Okay. Mr. Shannon, continue.
Okay. And he proceeded to ball his fists, advanced toward me in a threatening way, posturing like he was going to hit me, telling me, "I will beat your ass. You ain't going to do shit. I will fuck you up." At that time, I'm still standing my ground. And at this time, his wife walked across the street. And besides, they live across the street. This every reference. They live across the street. So she came from across the street as well and started being belligerent as well, saying that we'll fuck you up. You don't run shit. You ain't nobody. You don't, just being totally irate. At that time, I reached in my car. I got my phone and dialed 911. I explained to dispatch that I'm being accosted by my neighbors who live across the street. They're trespassing and they're threatening bodily harm to me. Okay. Dispatch said, "Can you go in the house? Can you get to your house?" I said, "Yes, but I can't just go directly to my house because my whole family's in the house. I'm not going to bring the threat directly to my door." At that time, they were continuing to curse at me, just totally belligerent. There was no way I could park my car. It was just total chaos. At that time, I gradually went into my house and waited to 911. Waited to DeKalb County Police Department to arrive upon the scene. Upon the scene, I explained to the officers what had happened. I gathered some information from my cameras, and a lot of that has been, all of that has been put into evidence that you actually have. There are probably some video clips that are done on that as well for the whole situation. Prior to that day, even my camera showed him and also his family trespassing on our actual property. Even while DeKalb County was in my house talking to me while I was talking to him about the situation, Mr. Siller was outside tampering with my wife's car. I had that footage on that evidence as well. The police officer, said he would just make a report because he wasn't there. They went next door to actually talk to them. And I don't know what exactly was said. When they came back to my resident, they were saying they would put everything in this report so I can report this to the magistrate office. The pictures that you would see on the video would show their kids.
We'll get there.
Okay.
I wanted to give you 4 minutes to give you a little extra minute because they interrupted me.
Thank you.
Or interrupted you, rather. All right, so because there are two of you, I'm going to respect that. I'm going to give each of you 3 minutes to address what's going on because obviously there are allegations against you both. And so we'll start with Ms. Short. So let me just, Ms. Short, is that your name? Because I'm just curious. That is your name?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Well, Your Honor, before I respond, I need to know what the allegations I'm responding to. So I believe what he just addressed was the 627 and what is the 835?
Hold tight. We're only here on February 20th, 2023. All of those allegations are just consideration. That was an opening statement. I'm here about February 20th, 2023. So
no, I understand, Your Honor. All of these 4 different charges are from February 20th, 2023. And the only difference between them is the time. And I'm trying to understand what are the allegations for these times? Because as far as I know, there's only one incident. So what happened at midnight?
Just let me be clear. It's only one incident that I'm addressing. But what he has done is what's inadvertently happened is there have been multiple cases regarding the same issue and the same charges. There aren't any additional charges beyond the disorderly conduct, the simple assault, and the trespass. That's it. February 20th, 2023. That's what we're asking about. That's what we're talking about. That's what you have the means to be able to give an opening statement.
Okay. So we're here today because on February 20th, 2023, Mr. Shannon tried to run my 10-year-old daughter over with his Ford Expedition. He called the police on February 20th. There were 3 DeKalb County police officers who showed up and responded to that call. They reviewed everything that Mr. Shannon provided you, and in addition to that, all the stuff that he didn't. Now, after that, all 3 of them concluded there was no probable cause to arrest either myself or Mr. Sela. So now Mr. is engaging in a familiar tactic. He's trying to get a second bite of the apple, only this time he's altered and manipulated documents and photos in hopes of tricking this court into reaching a different conclusions than the officers did. We've lived here for 6 years. We bought our house in cash back in 2017. Never had a problem with a single neighbor. Never had the police called once. The police generally do not come on this street. In the 6 years I've lived here, I've seen them maybe twice. He moved in a little bit over a year ago. And in that time, he has called the police department on us for at least 4 to 6 times. He's called code enforcement on us another 4 to 6 times. And when he's lost at each juncture, he just goes to a new government entity. And now he's filing charges with the magistrate court. Moreover, he negates himself, or he fails to meet essential elements of the crimes he's alleging occurred. And therefore, as a matter of law, there can be no crime. And that's what the evidence will show.
Mr. Sela?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you for your time. We have been living here in this address for a long time. Mr. Shannon came to this neighborhood about a year ago. He first introduced himself. We met outside. He said, well, my car is parked right there on my side of the street. He want my car moved. I said, Mr. Shannon, I can't move my car. I don't have no place to park my car in the driveway. He said, that's your problem. Then after that, I'm like, okay, obviously I don't have any problem. I work at the post office. I work 14 hours a day, 16 hours sometimes. Especially when it comes to Christmas time, I'm gone from 6 o'clock in the morning sometimes to almost midnight. I don't have time for what Mr. Shannon trying to do all the time. This particular day, we was outside playing soccer ball with my kids. I got 3 kids. I got 2 boys and a daughter. My daughter was standing right there. We were kicking soccer ball. And then when Mr. Shannon turned from Shamrock, as soon as he saw us, he just stomped on the gas. My daughter had to jump away. Yes, I want to ask him a question. Why would you drive like that? Something wrong with you. Mr. Shannon been calling the police on us like 3 or 4 times. The DeKalb County police officer actually had to tell Mr. Shannon, hey, stop calling us. These people have not broken no law. He called code enforcement. When my wife then was in Egypt, I talked to Officer Bate. He came to Mr. Shannon's house. Mr. Shannon what he like to do. He like to sit in a glass house and throw stones. That's what he like to do. His house is not coded. His property got all kind of on his property. When the officer Bay pointed that out to Mr. Shannon, if I come here next time, you're the one gonna be issued the citation. After he lost that case, now he went right here to the magistrate court and he want to get charges against me to get me arrested, me and my wife and my kid. I haven't broken no law. I'm 40 years old, never been incarcerated, never have ever got in any kind of trouble. I work with the federal government. I've been doing that since 2018. I got my own business. My son worked with me in my own business.
I got it. We don't. I understand. But I just want to be able to give an understanding of what's going on. Hold on, Mr. Slide. I want to get an understanding of what's going on, a little bit of background. So now that I've done that, now that I understand you guys' relationship as well as the background regarding the allegations, now I'm going to give Mr. Shannon an opportunity to introduce any evidence regarding his position or any witnesses that he has.
Yes, I did. We'll start off with my daughter who's in the car with me when I pulled up to my house with Mr. Silver trespassing on my property.
Okay, how old is your daughter? Just to make sure that I'm.
She's 14.
She's 14. All right. Where's your daughter?
Okay. Layla. Let's see right here. I have to leave and just raise your hand to tell them who you are.
Hold on. We don't need to prep her now.
Okay.
All right.
Do you want me to leave? I mean.
Nope, you can stay right there.
Okay.
You can ask her questions, you just don't get to prep her. So let me. What's your daughter's name?
Layla Shannon.
Layla, how are you doing, Layla? I'm sorry that you even involved. You're 14. This is not necessary, but I'm gonna get some information from you. Can you raise your right hand?
Yeah.
You swear, affirm, and tell the truth, the whole truth, under penalty and perjury of the law?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Shannon, you can ask your daughter some open-ended questions, not direct examination questions. So what did you see? What do you know? Not didn't you? You understand the difference?
Layla, when we arrived home on the 20th, what did you see?
I saw our neighbor, the man in our front yard.
Okay. When I rolled down the window and told our neighbor that he was trespassing, what happened then?
He started.
Objection assumes facts, not an evidence.
It's true.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. When in your words, when I rolled down the window and told our neighbor that he was trespassing, can you?
Hold on. Wait. And I know. So this only happens to work because apparently Miss Short is aware that's not an appropriate question here. So you're testifying, can't testify. That I ask her an open-ended question. You're telling her that I told him he was trespassing.
Okay.
You never said that, so we don't know that. You testified to that.
Okay.
Understand? So this is her to testify.
Okay. Layla, can you tell in your words what actually happened?
When we turned on the street, we saw our neighbor in our front yard. You came into the driveway and you told him that they were trespassing, told him that he was trespassing. And then he started saying something under his breath in a threatening way. You told me to get out of the car and go to the house so I would be safe. And that's when you told me to tell my mom what was happening. And we were in the window as you were telling our neighbor to get off our property. And then he started to got aggressive. He started coming towards you. He started acting agitated. And then the woman, she came across the street and started screaming at us, at you, as well as him. You called the police. And I saw you dial 911. You told us to dial 911. And then the police came. Yeah.
Any other questions?
No, that's all.
Okay. Any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Layla, you said that you were coming into your house and you testified a moment ago that you saw a man standing in your driveway. Were there any other people outside at the time?
One of your children, I believe.
Was it a male or female child?
I'm not sure.
How old was the child?
I don't know.
Where was the child?
In our driveway, in our yard.
Oh, the child was also in your driveway?
Both the man and their child was in our driveway.
You said that the man said something under his breath,
Yes.
correct?
Mhm.
What does under his breath mean?
Meaning, in a threatening way. I didn't understand what he said, but after that, my dad told me to go into the house because I wasn't safe anymore. He didn't feel safe.
Okay, so he said something under his breath that you didn't understand, but you believed it was threatening.
Yes.
And then you said the woman was screaming.
Yes.
What was she screaming?
She was cursing at my mother and my dad.
And what was she saying?
She was threatening, saying that she would beat her ass. She said that she was saying things like, that's the main thing I remember, because she threatened my parents, saying that you were going to do something. You threatened them in a threat. You threatened them and said that you were going to harm them. And that's what I remember, hearing you say that you would hurt my parents.
Okay. Did you hear anything else?
You were saying a lot of things, but they were all aggressive.
I'm asking you specifically what was said.
Curse words.
Okay.
You were cursing at my parents.
And at no point was a reason and at no point a reason was stated for this?
Say that again.
Strike the question. Okay, so you were driving home that day. Do you do that regularly?
Driving home?
Yeah, do you come into your driveway regularly?
Yes.
Has Miss Shorts ever come into your driveway cursing and screaming?
Yes.
You saw Miss Shorts cursing and screaming in your driveway previously?
Yes, you pulled in. You didn't come into my driveway, but you pulled in and you were about to hit my dad's car. When I
pulled into your driveway and almost hit his car?
You pulled in aggressively on the street as if you were about to hit our vehicle when we were driving in. Another time. This isn't the same day.
Okay, so what I'm asking is, has Miss Shorts ever come onto your driveway cursing and screaming?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect? Mr. Shannon, do you have any redirect for your witness?
No.
All right.
So again, I'm covering this kid's face because I really don't like bringing kids into court. I do want to say hi to Looking at Legal Stuff. Oh, Orlando Chiquita, you're the best. Look at you upgrading your membership. Woohoo! But also hi to Looking at Legal Stuff. Guys, she's awesome. We are good, close buddies, and we live really near each other. So please make sure you are subscribe to her channel as well. I don't think that cross helped her at all either. A hubris at all. At all, at all, at all. Anyways, like this lady's a lawyer, but dang, the lawyer who has themselves for a client has an idiot for a client. Is that not what they say? Yeah, it's gonna get worse. There's another kid that's gonna testify in this hearing, and I'm gonna have to put the block of parental shame over them as well. But anyways, thank you guys for being here. I love you all so much. And let's continue on. Judge Davis, oh, he gets the last word in this one. I think it's worth it.
Thank you. Layla, thank you for your time, your testimony. You're free to go, ma'am.
I also have another witness, my wife, as well.
Sure thing.
Some on me.
Mom.
All right, hello.
Hello?
Can I get you under oath? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, under penalty and perjury of the law?
I do.
All right, Mr. Shannon, you understand. You get to ask your wife some open-ended questions here.
Okay. On the day of the incident, when I was in the driveway, and I was being accosted by our neighbors across the street.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, Mr. Shannon.
Okay.
You're doing the motion. You
Okay,
already
I'm
talking about this one.
Okay. When you came outside, what did you see? When I sent Layla in the house to get you, when you came outside, what did you see?
Yeah, so I was in the den, and Layla came running in. Mom, you need to go outside. And after work, why? The people across the street are cursing Dad out.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It is hearsay.
Okay, so I go outside. Both of them are in the car is crossways in the driveway because he usually comes in, pulls in, and then backs back into the parking space. So the car is literally, if the driveway is like this, the car is like this. He's standing outside the door. They're standing close to him. She's pointing, cussing, blah, 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 yelling. He's saying something, and I saw, as I was coming outside, I saw the husband walk up to him, just like standing face to face. And my husband was like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Walked up to him. It's not hearsay. I heard it.
It's hearsay, Your Honor.
I heard my husband say it.
Yeah, but so just let me say, it's hearsay because your husband is able to testify for what's going on, and so he would be the best person to be able to state those things. That would be the basis of why it's hearsay, because you're stating someone else's statement for the truth of the matter. I'm not trying to have law school here today, but continue.
Right. Okay, cool. So, cursing, pointing, all of that. So I said to the wife, get off of our property. I'm standing on the stairs because the children are in the house. I didn't want to leave the steps. It was unhinged behavior. It was just uncouth, unhinged behavior. I couldn't believe
Objection,
it was
Your Honor.
happening.
Opinion testimony.
I couldn't believe it was
I
happening.
get it, but just side note, there's no jury here. But I understand what you're saying, and I don't have a problem. Continue to make your objections. Just know, it's just me.
So couldn't believe it was happening. Didn't want to leave the stairway. So I said, get off of our property. And so immediately she turned, fuck you, bitch. Bring your ass off of those steps. I'll drag your motherfucking ass up, all of that. And I was like, you're a poor role model, lady. I kept saying it out loud. You're a poor role model, lady, because her children were standing in our yard, listening to this, witnessing all of this behavior. You're a poor role model, lady. You're a terrible role model, lady. I kept saying that. Get out of our yard. Get out of our yard. So at some point, I'm sure I called 911. I'm not sure. I don't know whether it was before or after I stepped out of the door. I called 911. I'm sure my husband was calling 911. And then eventually he came back into the house. So she didn't go to her house. She started walking up and down the sidewalk in front of our house. Bring your motherfucking ass out here. I'll drag your ass, blah, 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 blah. Just all of that. And so at this point, we have a 6-year-old, we have, 2 kids in elementary school. I'm not about to let them hear all that and be exposed to all of that. It was just too much. So we came into the house, he came into the house, and we just waited for the police. I pretty much explained this whole thing, fast forward to the police coming. I pretty much explained that to them when they asked. He spoke to them. They ended up going across the street. So then they came back and they said, well, at this point, there's nothing we could do anyway. You would have to go before a magistrate for trespassing or something to that effect. I didn't really quite understand it. I wasn't trying to understand it. I was just like, get a report. We need to go. This is, a culmination of behavior that has happened before. In the middle of the street, when we first moved in, when she had to be restrained by a police officer when I was putting my child in the car. And he actually got a paper saying he could press charges, get a temporary protection order. I told him, let's not do that. We just got here. Let's use a little grace. We just don't know what's going on with these folks. And they're across the street neighbors. So we've lived somewhere 16 years, had never had anything like this happen ever. So, we didn't know these people. I didn't think it would happen again, this thing in September. But this is just progressive behavior. It just will not, I could not believe it was happening. And so, to me, at this point, let's go. Let's see what's going to happen, because I am afraid to send my kids to the mailbox. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so, this is just, it's just unacceptable. It's just really unacceptable.
I got it. Any other questions, Mr. Shannon?
No.
Cross-examination. Give me 1 second.
No questions, Your Honor.
No cross. All right. Any cross-examination by you, Mr. Simon?
No, I mean, all that she said is not a fact. It's,
Okay.
no cross.
All right, Mr. Shannon. Thank you, Mrs. Shannon. I appreciate you.
Oh my God, I just was in front of the whole screen there for a good 30 seconds. I'm so sorry.
Do you have any other evidence that you want the court to look at?
No, but definitely look at the slides on the.
Okay, that's
and
what I
also,
thought.
and there are 3 videos on there too that you need to.
I'll see if I can pull up those videos. Give me 1 second.
Also, thank you, Donna. Thank you, Orlando Chiquita.
All right. So
We're gonna have to
I've
blur
got
this out
what
too.
appears to be a PowerPoint type slide here.
Mm-hmm.
And so, what is the court looking at here?
Okay, the first video, that is the first. Well, the first slide. That is when there was a situation where we were accosted.
Well, hold on. I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about February 20th, 2023.
Okay.
From February 20th, 2023.
That was okay. Number 1 was the something from 2021.
Yeah,
but look at the second. Okay, if you go down the slides, I guess. Okay.
So
Slide number 2 shows the circumference of the house. This is our house. This is the driveway. This is where the situation happened. Slide number 3, 4, 5 shows their children trespassing, tampering with our car.
Well, wait. Well, hold on. I've got this, Miss. Is this on February 20th, 2023?
Yes, it is. It's
so
earlier.
All of this happens on February.
That's earlier that day. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Earlier that day.
Yes.
Is that I'm just curious. Is that a ball in that young boy's hand?
There's
is that a ball in the young boy's hand?
That is a ball. Yes.
Okay. I just want to know.
Yes.
And you think he's tampering with your wife's vehicle?
I don't know what he's doing, but in
That's what
previous,
you have listed here on here. I just want to make
because
sure.
I feel that he is, because there are times I have to put air.
The child is tampering with your wife's car.
I feel that there's something going on. There are times I have to keep putting air in the tires of the car. There's no hole. There's no leak. It's like
I got it.
I don't know. I don't know.
I got it. You don't.
Okay.
Well, I
Okay.
guess not.
6, that's the daughter, I think, appear to be throwing rocks. Sometimes they throw rocks out of my driveway.
Do you have a video of her throwing rocks on your driveway?
No, I don't. These are just pictures I actually have.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm sorry.
want-
I'm gonna have to object here. There has been no foundation laid for any of this. Can we at least lay some foundation about these
I'd love
photos?
to. I'd love to, because Mr. Shannon, tell me, you said these were taken February 23rd, 20th,
No,
2023rd. Is that
on the same day. This is before I picked. When I looked at my surveillance camera,
that's
they
your
were.
surveillance camera? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have a date and time stamp to indicate that this was actually on this date that we can confirm?
It is by ring, and there is definitely I'm not sure if it's visible, but it's still online, and it is timestamped and dated.
Okay, but I don't have anything here, but I got it. So tell me where. So this is all of these photographs.
Okay, keep going down. That is.
So, Your Honor, I'm gonna have to object here. He's seeking to essentially admit video evidence that he has edited and manipulated. Now, in the interest of fairness, if he's going to
Hold
provide
on,
the video,
listen. Why are we doing this? Why are y'all talking over each other? It is 9:15.
I know.
No, don't tell me y'all know. Don't waste my
y'all-
time with that. I want to hear. Listen, stop.
Okay.
When
Okay.
can you confirm with me that the information that I am looking at occurred on February 20th, 2023? And I want to be specific because the allegations that we're dealing with this evening are disorderly conduct, criminal trespass, as well as simple assault. I want to see evidence of those things. You didn't make an allegation against the children, so that's not relevant.
Okay.
Show me where you got the information for this. Don't waste the court's time.
Okay. Go down to slide 8.
I'm on 8.
Okay, that is Mr. Stiller. In my driveway. I cannot park because that's after I let my daughter get out of the car.
He's in your driveway.
He is in my driveway. He's behind. I cannot back up because I'm. If you look at picture number 2, you can see I have enough turnaround space to actually maneuver in my yard, so I can actually turn around. He was impeding the flow of me moving my car. I could not move. So at that point, that's when I parked my car to get out of my car, and then he further came toward me and accosted me.
Okay.
Okay.
What is this?
That's him and his wife trying to impede the flow of my traffic of me parking in my yard.
Okay. Let me ask you, did you show any of this information to the officer?
I did. They said because they were not there that we had to show this to the magistrate.
Okay. And I just want to say this, Ms. Short, I'm going to review the evidence. This is not a trial. This is probable cause. And so I'm going to review the evidence. I have the ability to determine whether or not what weight it has. So I appreciate you making the objections. I want you to continue to make the objection. But as I said before, this is a criminal warrant application hearing. This is not a trial. This is not a preliminary hearing. All right? So hold tight. This is
Go back to 10. You see 10? Go back to 10.
I've already looked at 10.
Okay, 10. That's me in the blue shirt. That is both Miss Shorter and her husband accosting me, cursing me out, saying that they're gonna beat my ass, refusing to leave my property.
Okay.
That's me dialing 911 and continue to being cursed at when I tell them to leave my property. That is them still cursing at me and telling and refusing. This is a picture. This is not. You see the DeKalb County. They're inside with me talking. This is my ring camera. We still have, even though I'm inside and talking to the police officer, we still have Mr. Stiller still continue to criminal trespass on my property.
Is that who you're alleging is Mr.
That's who that is. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. That is
Yeah, I don't see any relevance in that photograph.
That is a video. If you could play, you could hear her. This is after we had called 911.
Yeah,
Number 14.
It wasn't the video. The video on 14 isn't.
Okay, number 16.
Hold on here.
Yeah, and you have to listen to the audio.
Who is the person in red?
That's her son.
So, okay.
Yeah, but I want you to listen to the audio, what she's saying to her son about being in my property.
I don't know if I can hear it, sir. I don't hear anything, sir.
It's the initial beginning.
Yeah, that's illegible for me. I mean, intelligible. I can't hear that.
Okay. Number 16, that's her son. Number 17, that's Mr. Celia. No, don't know what he's doing in my wife's car. Still continue to trespass. This is another video of my neighbor cursing at me. This is her older son that night on our property. The ring camera caught that as well. That's trash left on my property from them playing, and that's damage that's done knocking over stuff when they're playing on my property.
That day?
Yeah, the kids.
On the 20th of February?
Yes, that was the end result. If you could put it it's a slideshow. If you could put it in presentation mode, it would actually show the actual video.
I don't have the means and time to allow you to put it in presentation mode. I'm asking you to be able to tell me what evidence here it is.
Okay. The last is another video of her, of her posting stuff on social media about me being a police.
You said some social media posts?
Yes, on slide 21. You have to press play.
Is this from the 30th? I mean, the 20th of February?
Yes, it is.
So what you're going to show me on here is from the 20th.
That is the Nextdoor app.
So the neighbor called the police for some crap, but he's an ex-police officer. We have 3 officers.
Oh, hold on. But wait, before I let this continue, play, who is this talking?
That is Miss Shorter. That is her.
Okay.
I mean, Your Honor,
that's Stacey Shorts. Stacey Shorts.
Okay.
I would like you.
By the way.
Okay.
I mean, it would be a statement by a party against their.
Well, he has no foundation for even recognizing my voice, so I'm not sure how he could testify who was on the recording. I don't speak to him. I don't talk to him on the phone, so he definitely is not someone who can identify my voice on a recording.
Okay, I understand.
Stories about getting robbed and all kinds of stuff, and people don't show up for days or hours. But the ex-police officer consistently gets the police here within 15 minutes of any sort of frivolous call. The County Police Department, can you please explain this? Here's number 1.
Again, tell me how that's relevant to the overall allegations that you're making.
It shows like she always say that I'm calling the police. I'm a former police officer, so I go strictly by the book. If there's an infraction, I don't put the law in my hands anymore. I go strictly by the book, and when I know I'm being victimized and I see probable cause to a crime, I call the police.
Okay. Anything else?
And she even says that, that I'm calling over crap when I'm being actually victimized with criminal trespass and being accosted. That's what it states. That's why I definitely had that video as well.
Okay. So if you have any other evidence or any other witnesses?
No, that's all.
All right. I'm now going to give Ms. Shorts as well as Mr. Silas an opportunity to cross-examine. All right. Ms. Shorts. And Ms. Shorts, tell me, have you had any legal training?
I'm an attorney, Your Honor, Emory grad.
I thought so. Once you start making objections for like foundation, I said, no, that's not something on Law and Order. So feel free. People be having Law and Order degrees, I swear.
Okay. Where do we begin here? All right. What is the date you filed this warrant application, Mr. Shannon?
I mean, that's a counsel. I mean, are you Ms. Shorts? I can tell you because this is a document that's obviously with the court. But if
Thank
you
you.
want him to answer, that's another thing.
No, Your Honor, you are free to answer. I'd welcome it. Thank you.
Let's see. I have got this application made. This says March 1st, 2023.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Shannon, you submitted several photos, and they came off of your cameras.
Yes.
How many cameras do you have?
Several.
How many?
Several. Why?
Mr. Shannon, you don't get to ask why.
Okay.
It's
I have
because you introduced evidence on cameras.
1, 2, 3.
No, I'm sorry. Let me clarify my question. How many cameras do you have facing the front of your house?
My cameras face different angles. It doesn't just face the front of my house, but I have 3 cameras.
And those are all along the front side of your home?
No.
Where are they located?
They're positioned. They're different places on my house.
Where are they located, Mr. Shannon?
On the perimeter of my house. On the outskirts perimeter of my house.
Do you have a camera at your door?
Yes, I do.
Do you have a camera at the corner of your house near your driveway?
Yes.
Do you have a camera on the opposite end of your house near Mr. Rick's property?
Yes.
Okay. How many times have you spoken to your neighbors, Ms. Shorts?
I don't know. I don't recall. But when we first moved here, you guys were so hostile until I just stayed on my property and mind my own business.
Okay, move to strike is non-responsive. How many times did you speak with Ms. Shorts, Mr. Shannon?
I don't know. I speak to everybody.
How many times have you spoken to Mr. Sela?
I can't recall. I speak to everyone.
Have you ever spoken with Ms. Shorts or Mr. Sela when the police were not present?
Yes.
When?
It's been just throughout the duration of time of being here. I don't go and keep count of who I speak to. I just speak because that's the neighborly thing to do. I speak to everyone.
Okay. So, Your Honor, I would like to pull up, we can use his evidence or we can use mine. I'd like to go to the slide where it says me getting my phone to call 911 while being attacked.
Yep, bear with me. Oh, there. Is that what you're referring to?
No, that's not the one.
Okay, all right.
If it
We just, bless you, Nana. We just need to make something abundantly clear. Sorry, I'm actually getting a bit of a pain in my stomach. Laughing. Okay. Um, okay, because whenever somebody brings a PowerPoint to court, oh my God, why does that hurt so much? Whenever somebody brings a PowerPoint to court, they're so lame. It never works out. Has anybody ever seen a good one? This guy, look at all the things he's labeled. Me in blue, being cursed out by the offenders, refusing to. Now I have to move my own little box here. That's what she said. By offenders refusing to leave my property. Oh, I think they both have PowerPoints. To be honest, to be fair, they're both losers. To be fair. Oh, no, it's not that cold. We're fine.
it's easier, we can move to mine.
Sure, bear with me. Well,
It'll be on the Adobe file, page 3.
you haven't introduced yours yet, but that's fine. Hold tight. If I want to be honest about
Or
it.
you can look on here. That's
Just-
fine as well.
All right, but I'm fine. If you said it's on this one, which one would it be?
We were moving fast. I haven't
No
seen
worries,
these
hold
slides
on.
before.
Hold tight. If he said he's calling the police, it'd have to be this one, or this one.
It specifically says while being attacked. That's the one I'm looking for.
Bear with me, hold tight.
Your Honor, I have not seen her evidence. I presented my evidence.
We're still on your case in chief.
Okay.
She hasn't gotten
Okay.
it.
Okay.
Your Honor, I just assumed it was part of this because it was submitted with the warrant application. I did request some files in advance. If
Yeah.
it's not there, it was submitted with the warrant application and is part of my files.
I think the only
Page
thing
3.
that was provided, maybe it might have been a police
Am I
report,
missing how many
but I
pages
do
this
not
PowerPoint
have
is?
in the initial documentation that he filed with the court a specific picture that alleges that. This is what he provided the court.
Oh no, Your Honor, I requested it from the magistrate and it was emailed directly to me. I asked her for all evidence submitted in support of the warrant application. So it was definitely provided by him.
Well, hold tight, let me see. Well, what I have is then what he sent the court and what he's introduced into evidence as far as at this juncture is concerned. And what I have from him is this one email that has this PowerPoint in it. I don't have any other information from him. Let me just see if I have anything else on time. Let me see. Bear with me. I have the evidence that you provided.
40 more minutes.
It would be on page 3 of the Adobe document.
$40 more minutes.
Yeah, the document that you provided me as well does not provide any, it just provides pictures, but does not provide anything, statements on page 3, just photographs.
Oh, okay. That was his word, and it was the title that he used.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, so. continue with your question.
I
Okay.
got that one too, Cha.
All right,
I
so
just
let's
wanted
take
to
a
start
look
with
at
this.
the slide then where it says me calling 911 while being threatened.
He doesn't say actually there. It may be what he said, but that's not what the slide says.
All right, we'll just roll with that one then. Okay, Mr. Shannon, you submitted this photo with your warrant application.
Yes, this is my evidence. Yes.
And when you initially submitted it, you titled it "Me, Blue Shirt Calling 911 While Being Threatened."
And that is what's going on in that picture.
Okay, this is you being threatened. So you're in the blue shirt. You're standing in front of the rear passenger door.
I am.
Yes, at this point in time, I was scheduled to go live. And I was like, oh, there cannot be that much more of this. But it's a good one because the judge was sort of saucy and this is a lawyer, but she's pro se. So I was like, damn, I'm just gonna keep going. Well, y'all know I didn't get started until like 7 something. So yeah, it was another 40 minutes, unfortunately, from this. But it is worth it in the end. Also, I do have the case from before this that is also spicy that we'll probably watch after as well. Hi, Ika. Are you coming to eat some food or say hello? That's the cat. Okay. Let's continue. Also, again, like I love these PowerPoint labelings. It's just these people have so much time on their hands. Do you realize I don't make PowerPoints when people pay me to? Well, I would, but like spare time? Really? You're gonna make a PowerPoint like this?
Standing
You're
by
looking.
an unparked car that I cannot park because you and your husband are on my property,
Okay.
trespassing, impeding the flow of me parking my car while you continuously curse me out and saying that you're going to whoop my ass. That's what's going on in that picture.
Okay. And so you are looking at your cell phone?
I am dialing 911.
Okay, you're dialing 911. And the woman and man are standing behind your gray SUV.
You're standing in front of me. There's a little boy behind my SUV.
Oh, are we looking at the same photo, Mr. Shannon?
On my property.
Okay, so in your mind, the man and the woman are standing in front of you, not behind
Yes.
your vehicle. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
What kind of vehicle is that?
That is the Ford Expedition that I could not
What
park
year?
because you're in my yard trespassing.
Okay, and what is the year of your Ford Expedition?
2014.
All right, so the man is there. It appears his arms are down.
It could be in his pocket like it was at several times as well.
Okay,
With
and
his
then
fist,
the woman,
with his fist balled up, saying, "What the fuck are you going to do?"
Oh, okay. And
That's what that video, that's what that picture is showing. That's
Okay.
me keeping my cool while you
okay,
guys
Mr.
are
Shannon, can you
trespassing.
please answer the questions that I'm asking?
I
And
am.
stick to the questions that I'm asking. Okay, so the next question is: the woman's arm is outstretched. Is that correct?
Yes, she's pointing
And it appears she's pointing. Yes,
at my wife, cursing her out, saying, "I'll whoop your ass too."
at your wife. Okay.
And Ms.
Is
Short,
there any space?
and I just want to just respectfully ask you that we have limited time. I understand you want to fully be able to address this, but this is not a normal trial. I want to remind you of that. So can we try to succinctly get to what we're talking about? We're about probable cause. It's not a preliminary. We're not going to go to midnight.
What happened after this photo, Mr. Shannon?
You continue to curse me out and threaten to whoop my ass, and also your husband. And I gradually did a tactical retreat to get into my house. I didn't want to bring the threat to my front door.
You retreated into your home? That's your testimony today?
Yes, I did. I had to go in. I talked to 911. They asked, was I able to go in the house? I said, I don't want to bring the threat to my door. I'm going to gradually try to get in my house as these belligerent people who are trespassing continue to threaten me and curse me out.
And that was what you said to the 911 dispatcher?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. All right, so you gradually retreated, and where were the alleged Miss Shorts and Mr. Sealer?
As I went in my house, I waited on 911. I didn't come back outside. But I do see the pictures of you guys still continue to trespass. They're on the slideshow as well.
Okay. So this is you being cursed out. In your warrant application, you said you were attacked. Is this the photo of you being attacked?
When you and your husband ball your fists at me and advance toward
I'm
me
sorry,
in a
Mr.
threatening
Shannon.
way
Is
and
this
say
the
that
photo?
there are several
Is this the
photos that
photo
show
of
that
you
you
being
guys.
attacked?
Mr. Shannon, you're on cross-examination. You should know this because you're a prior police officer.
Yes.
I'm sure that you've been cross-examined before. Let's just make it simple because I really do. You know, I don't want to have any influence. I just want to hear what the evidence is.
Okay.
I don't want a trial full of evidence.
Okay.
You understand, Ms. Shorts? This isn't about guilty. This is about probable cause.
Okay.
Please continue, Ms. Shorts. Attorney Shorts, please.
Okay. Were there any other people outside when all of this was happening?
There were neighbors who later came and asked me, was I okay?
Okay. Now, is this the photo of you being attacked?
That is part of being attacked, being yelled and screamed at. I'm just keeping my cool.
All right. So you were yelled and screamed at. Is that what you consider to be the attack?
No, it was more than that. That's just one photo of the situation of you guys trespassing and advancing toward me. I felt
Okay, and
I felt threatened on my own property because of you guys' behavior.
Your Honor, I'm trying to be respectful and allow him to answer, but this is unacceptable.
Mr. Shannon, listen, and Council Shorts, Ms. Shorts, this is what I want to have happen. It's 9:39. Mr. Shannon, I'm going to give you an opportunity to answer yes or no. Obviously, you can explain certain questions.
Okay.
But Ms. Shorts, what I'm going to do is this. It's about to be 9:40. I'm going to give you 9:45 to extract the appropriate questions or whatever that you want. But I've got to get onto your case in chief if you're going to do it.
Understand.
All right.
Understood. Were you injured during your attack, Mr. Shannon?
No, I was not injured.
Okay. So you eventually called the police, correct?
Yes.
How many of them showed up?
It appeared I was inside when they came. I only could see what my video actually showed.
I'm asking how many officers responded to your call? How many officers? Two. Okay. And at the end of all this, was Ms. Shorts arrested?
I don't know. I stayed in my house, and what the officer said that I have to submit my evidence to magistrate court.
Okay, and was Mr. Sealer arrested?
I don't know what happened when the officers went to your actual household.
Okay. Okay. According to your testimony on February 20th, you were turning into your driveway, correct?
That is correct.
You were in your car, correct?
Yes, I was in my vehicle, yes.
Were there any children on the street?
I didn't see any children on the street, just people on my property.
Okay. And you said coming home?
Yes.
Like you've done every day since you've lived there?
Yes.
But on February 20th, you claimed that Ms. Shorts and Mr. Sealer advanced towards you, correct?
Yes.
And threatened you with bodily harm.
Yes.
And also were cursing, correct?
Yes.
And they were upset with you, correct?
you guys were belligerent. I can't.
Okay.
I
So
I
they
don't-
were
I
upset
can't-
with you?
Mr.
for what?
Shannon, Mr. Shannon, it's a yes or a no. It is not all going to take
Yes.
off.
Yes.
Okay. And why were they upset with you?
Because I told her husband that he was trespassing. There's my sign that says no trespassing, and he got upset because I told him he was trespassing.
Oh, you have a sign in your yard?
Yes, I do. It's been there since the day one when we moved in.
Okay. Okay, no further questions. Oh, you have a question? All right.
I have a question.
Mr. Shannon, Mr. Silas is going to have some questions for you as well.
Okay.
Mr. Shannon, have you been on my property before?
I came on your
Knocking on my
property
door?
to ask you to move.
No, yes or no, please.
Yes,
Yes or no.
I knocked on your
Did you-
door.
Okay. Did you record on my property? Were you out there recording me and my family on my property?
Have I did what?
Record. You take your phone, you were recording me and my family on my property.
When
Yes or no, please.
When I'm being cussed out, yes, I record.
No. I'm talking about when you came on my property, when we were sitting in our living room. Did you come and record me and my family? Yes or no, please?
No, when I was being cursed out, I record.
Okay, thank you.
being cursed out.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
No further
That was a
questions.
yes or no.
All right. Now, I'm going to give the Shorts and Mr. Silas an opportunity to present any evidence that they have, and then we can get to either any cross-examination by Mr. Shannon, and then we'll conclude with any closing statements or remarks. So, Ms. Short, or Attorney Short, you're one. Tell me, what would you like to have a witness, or would you prefer to introduce some evidence, or anything?
Actually, Your Honor, I would like to just allow my husband to testify first and finish after him.
All right. Well, would you like to then? Well, let's see here. Normally, what we do is because the individual who is here is not represented by counsel. Technically, you don't represent him, and so you guys are individually here unrepresented. So you guys aren't going to get an unhinged time to testify, right? Because you had an opportunity to give an opening remark. So either he is going to have a witness introduced, or you're going to introduce some evidence.
I'm sorry, he can't testify on his own behalf?
He's already basically given an nobody here gets to just give a long soliloquy about what happened. They can introduce evidence, they can provide witnesses. They get that soliloquy at the end and they get that in the beginning. But nobody's
Okay, no problem.
Nobody's asking him any questions. So having someone testify without anybody asking him any questions because he doesn't have an attorney doesn't work. So in this situation, if he has some evidence, we can talk about the evidence. If he's going to be cross-examined, we can do that. But you're not his attorney, so you're not asking him questions. So if he's going to go ahead and do some things or say some things in regard to some evidence, I'm happy to hear it. But nobody here, outside of giving an opening or closing, gets to just talk about what happened. That isn't how it works. So, Mr. Seeley, you can go ahead and either introduce the evidence. I understand that you guys submitted some evidence. I'm happy to look at the evidence as well.
Okay, sure, Your Honor. Let's go first to, it would be page 3 of our evidence.
Excellent. Give me 1 second.
And I'm not sure if the court has bookmarks regarding, if you can see my bookmarks that were on there.
I'm not sure. But we're going to be done by 10 o'clock. And well, at least we're not going to be done. Let me be clear. We're going to get to closing remarks by 10 o'clock. I had it open. Bear with me. There it goes. All right. What do you want the court to look at? What
I
page?
want you to look at page 3, please.
All right.
Okay, so page 3, when originally submitted with the warrant application, is what Mr. Shannon described as him being attacked.
Mhm.
Okay, and I just want the court to make notice of what is happening in the picture when Mr. Shannon claims he was being attacked. If you move on to page 4, that is him being threatened. And again, you'll see that Ms. Shorts, page 4, Your Honor.
Yeah. We already looked at these photos. I'm sorry.
Right. And so on page 4, that is what he described as him being threatened. And that is what he used in support of his warrant application as his threats.
Anything else, counsel?
Yeah, there is. There is a recording from the 911 call placed by Mr. Shannon. I'm just trying to pull that up. It was attached to the email. That is recording number 23. The file is labeled. It's not part of the Adobe. It's a separate file.
Okay.
This is the 911 call placed by Mr. Shannon on February.
Take call 911, that's the address of your emergency.
Yeah, 5241 calling court. I've been harassed by my neighbors in my yard right now. The unit. I need to 5 miles right away.
Can you just repeat the street address for verification?
Yeah. 5241 calling court.
All right, what's the nearest cross street, sir?
It's gonna be Shamrock.
All right, and what's the contact number for the you're disconnected?
No, sir.
Okay, sir, tell me exactly what happened.
Okay. Yeah.
Hello, sir?
Ma'am, you said unit right away.
Yes, can you just tell me exactly what happened?
I have a neighbor trespassing and now they're trying to fight me in my yard.
Okay, are there any weapons involved?
They're custody. It's a black male, white shirt, black pants, black female, black shirt, and blue jeans.
Okay. Are there any weapons involved, sir?
I don't know. I don't know. Sorry, I'm getting cursed out harassed right now.
Is there any way you can go back to your house?
Man, I'm at home. I'm not running. I need to get here right now. You hear cussing? You hear cussing? Let me out.
Okay, may I have your name, sir?
Yes, Lamar Shannon. I can't even park my own driveway. They're keeping the flow for traffic in my own driveway.
Okay, Mr. Lamar, we'll have someone there as soon as possible, okay?
Okay.
Alrighty, bye-bye.
And I would just like your note that at minute marker 1 minute 13 seconds, the officer specifically asked Mr. Shannon, was he able to go into his home? And he said, this is my home and I'm not running, in direct contradiction to his statements made earlier today in court that he retreated to his home. He didn't retreat. He stood outside the entire time and he didn't feel the need to retreat. Also, I would like the court to note that in the recording, Mr. says that he is being harassed and cursed out. Oh, are you able to hear?
I hear you. I'm listening.
Oh, okay. It said my internet was unstable. In the recording, he makes numerous mentions to being harassed and cursed out. At no point does he ever say he feared for his life or that he was fearing violent bodily injury. He did not make those claims until he filed this warrant application over a month after these events actually took place.
You're making closing remarks at this point, juncture, counsel. Do you, anything else that you want the court to look at?
Yes, Your Honor. I would like you to make note of, let's see, page 13 of our files and also page 14. Mr. Shannon claims today that He has no trespassing signs on his property, that they have been up for over a year. This is a photo taken last week by myself. And as you can see in the photos, there is absolutely no signage or
Yes,
anything
it is. Go back. It
about
says no
trespassing.
right there. Look by the pot. That's the sign that says no trespassing.
Okay, look by the pot.
Right there.
I don't see any sign.
It's right there. The cursor's on it.
Is this what you're saying? Right
Yes, yes. It says no trespassing, no soliciting.
here? Okay.
Okay. I would also like to point your attention to. Actually, no, it doesn't. Yeah, that's his ADT sign, but we'll
No,
go
it's-
with it.
No, it's
That's
not.
his
I
trespass.
can go outside with a flashlight and take a picture right now to show
Ladies
you.
and gentlemen, I'm giving you till 10 o'clock so y'all can use your time how y'all choose, and then I'm going to allow you to make the closing remarks. So it'll be up to you how you use this time thus far.
Okay. I would also like to make note of, if you can go to page 29, this is an incident report from the February 20th incident. And this is from the 911 call center. If you scroll down, it tells you the time. Wait a minute. No.
Yeah, this is
Sorry,
20.
Your Honor.
Yep.
No, it's the next one on page 32. So if you look on the February 20th date on the first page of that document, it says that the call was placed at 6:27, almost 6:28.
Uh-huh.
And then it says that the call is complete at 6:29. I would also like the court to note that he has video from his Ring camera, and that video camera images, I believe, at 6:30 p.m. that evening. Am I missing anything?
Yeah, what about the call that he had made the light that was blocking the driveway?
Okay, Your Honor, and in terms of Mr. Shannon's credibility, because a warrant here would be based solely on his credibility, we would also like to point out these numerous calls and things that he's made for frivolous violations and also misrepresented the truth, embellished the truth, altered the truth, manipulated the truth to get police responses and also to have code enforcement called on us. So if we look at, starting at page 15, that's the first case by code enforcement. If you go to page 19, there's another call by Mr. Shannon, code enforcement. If you go to page 24, that's code enforcement again. There's
Sir,
also
is this about the 20th? Are we talking about the 20th?
We're talking
And
ability to tell the truth.
trespassing with
And Ms.
We're
Shorts
talking
is
about the
correct
ability to tell the truth.
that she's trying to address your credibility. I'm not so sure that this is indicative of his credibility, him calling. I mean, they could be valid calls, so that doesn't, but
Oh, no. Well, let me address that, Your Honor. If you scroll down, every single one of these is closed out for no violation. And you see that Mr. Shannon continues to make calls over and over again. So we have the first one occurring, the first document on page 15.
I got it.
That one.
I'm going to be Attorney Shorts. Let's move up from here. Let's move to what I'm talking about. And I'm not saying that I'm not taking into consideration. I hear it. I've read it. What's the next thing?
Okay. There's also the second video that was attached to the email, and that is a 911 call where he also lied to police to get them to
Is this
come
the
out.
date of the incident from February 20th?
No, it's not, but it is indicative of his credibility and his statements made to law enforcement.
I got it. I can take that in consideration. What else do you have?
Okay.
Anything else?
Let me check. No, that's it, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Seal, do you have anything?
Well, what I would like to add on is probably picking back on what my wife been saying is the credibility is like, Your Honor, really, I'm tired today. I had to
I got it.
call out of work.
Hold
I had to
tight.
call out of work and come
Hold
here.
Mr. Seals, I get it. But what you're saying has no value to what we're talking about at this moment, which is whether or not an arrest warrant will issue for these three
Yeah, I
charges.
understand.
So wait,
I understand what
I understand, and I understand that you understand. What I think we understand now is I'm going to give Mr. Shannon an opportunity to cross-examine. And then I'm going to give folks an opportunity to close. And then we're going to make an order. So, Mr. Shannon, I'm going to first give you an opportunity to cross-examine Ms. Shorts. They've introduced evidence. Therefore, you're going to have an opportunity to cross.
Your Honor, I didn't have the opportunity to call my witness.
I didn't know you had a witness. What witness?
It's my son, Omar.
Okay, so listen. I told you.
It'll be fast, Your Honor.
I told you, Ken, don't waste the court's time. So it better be fast. We're going to have a couple questions because we spent a long time on your case. And you guys spent a long time talking about things that aren't necessarily specifically relevant. I've let you, but you can't waste the court's time. So please bring in your son so we can get him under oath quickly. But I don't imagine him having too much to say, but we'll find out.
It'll be fast.
How old is your son?
He's 12.
Young man, can you hold your hand up, please?
Right-handed.
Right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, under penalty and perjury of the law?
Yes.
Not even sure if he's capable of standing, but that's fine. You want to ask him some questions, ask some questions.
Do you recall the last time Mr. Shannon called the police on us? Yes. Okay. What were you doing outside that day? We were outside playing soccer.
Well, hold on. Before we get started, can we establish that we're talking about the same date of incident?
Okay, sure. And that date was February 20th, baby? Yes. So what were we doing outside? We were playing soccer. And who is we? Me, sister, and my dad. All right. And how long have we been out there? We have been out there for roughly an hour and 30 minutes. Eventually, Mr. Shannon came home? Yes, he did. All right. And what happened when Mr. Shannon came home? So when Mr. Shannon came home, he turned this stop sign on Shamrock, I think. And he saw my sister staying in his driveway, and he stomped on the gas. I could hear his engine revving all the way from our driveway. And then my sister, she was trying to run out the way so she wouldn't get hit. Okay. And then what happened after that? Then after that, Mr. Shannon, he got inside of his driveway, and my dad first it was my mom. She got off the porch and was screaming, "What the HE double hockey stick are you doing? You're driving like a bat out of right?" And she was basically, both my parents were cursing him out and asking questions. Okay. No further questions.
Thank you. Cross-examination by Mr. Shannon.
No, baby. You gotta stay here. Come over a little bit.
Young man, what happened when your parents came into my yard on that same day?
Objection. Assumes facts not in evidence.
We've already gone through that. You can ask the question.
No, he's assuming that we were on his yard, and that's never been conceded. So,
Young man, when your parents were in my yard, what happened?
objection. He's never stated that we were in his yard.
I understand what he's saying. And so he can ask the question and he can answer and say whether or not he was in his yard or not, because he should be able to understand whether or not that's true or not. Because he can say, "No, I never saw you in the yard," right? He has the ability to answer the question. So let him answer the question. Answer the question, young man. I'm sorry.
Could you please restate the question?
It's Mr. Shannon.
Were your parents in my yard?
Yes, they were.
And what happened?
Well, my dad was just asking me, cursing you out. And my mom, she was also cursing me out, Andrew, asking questions.
Thank you.
Can he redirect?
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else before I let you guys close? Any cross-examination that you have for any of these parties, Mr. Shannon?
No.
You don't have any cross?
No.
Mr. Shannon, I'm going to allow you 3 minutes to tell me why these people should be arrested.
Because they were criminal trespassing. They were being disorderly. They accosted me. They advanced toward me in a threatening way. They refused to leave my property. I felt threatened. My whole family felt threatened. It was not safe for me. and this is a total violation. They were criminally trespassing, and they were threatening, and I felt in danger. Fist ball advancing toward me. That's all I have to say. That's not what I want. That shouldn't happen to anybody.
I understand.
Ever.
Ms. Shorts?
I'll go first. I'll go first, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, I mean, we've been living here since stated that before. Like, well, I don't have no record. You know, I work hard. Mr. Shannon doesn't work. He stay at home all day, live off his wife. If that's what they do, it's none of my business, but that's just a credibility. I work 14, 15 hours a day. I come home, I got my own business. My oldest son is 16, he work with me. My youngest son, you just hear from him. He got his own business. He cut lawn yard in his neighborhood on the summertime. My daughter is a straight A student. She work on my business. She's an accountant for my business. We are like almost like a perfect family that Mr. Shannon just hate. I don't have no mortgage. I work really hard for everything that I earn. I don't break no law, never been arrested before. Last time I even had a traffic ticket was probably back in Virginia when I was living there, maybe 2012. Like, Mr. Shannon just been upset with me and my family since he moved into this neighborhood. There's a police call record to show numerous times that he keep calling the cops on us all the time. He's using that he's an ex-police officer, using the government to harass me and my family. All I really want, Mr. Shannon, please leave me and my family alone. Please, I'm begging you. This is really begging you. I'm really begging you to just leave us alone completely. I don't have anything to say to you, nothing. I never talked to you since the first introduce yourself.
All right, listen, this is not an opportunity for you to talk to him because in fact, you're only escalating the issues between you two. So don't talk to him, talk to me.
Okay.
But
Your Honor.
Okay,
Your Honor.
2 minutes.
I'm sorry. Okay. Your Honor, I just want you to please tell Mr. Shannon, please leave us alone, please. I just want to live in my family in peace. I want to go to work and come home to my family. That's all I want to do. That's it. That's all I want to do. The kids are outside playing ball. If you don't want a soccer ball to go to your yard, sorry, Your Honor. If the kids' ball go to your yard, I will tell them not to go get it. I will buy them a new ball. These are kids. They're out there playing sport outside.
I got it, and I don't want to cut you off, but I do understand. Mrs. Shorts, do you have any understanding?
Yes. Mr. Shannon called 911 on February 20th. 3 DeKalb County police officers came out, as you saw in the video that he provided. Mr. Shannon talked to them for over 30 minutes. He showed them the entire video, Your Honor. The entire video. And after seeing all of the evidence, all 3 of those officers concluded there was no probable cause to arrest Ms. Shorts or Mr. Sela. They didn't even bother to make a police report. So now Mr. Shannon is doing what he always does. He's trying to get a second bite at the apple, but a little bit smarter this time. Intentionally has not provided Your Honor with the entire video, because if he did, it would show that he was the only one committing crimes on February 20th. And we know he has the video because he testified that he has 3 cameras that all face the front of his home and would have captured the entire incident. So rather than playing the 2-minute video, he's wasted over an hour of the court's time trying to manipulate you into reaching a different conclusion. He cherry-picked everything that he wanted to show you, and that's what was provided. Now, the camera appears to be running indiscriminately. That's the Ring camera, because it was recording before anyone ever came to his door in the video of my son. So we can assume, arguendo, that Ring camera picks up the audio from the street while no one's yelling. Then it definitely would have picked up the audio of someone yelling while in his driveway, which is closer to him. Every alleged threat that was made, every alleged sound of attack should be on audio-visual recordings in his possession, but he's produced nothing. And that's because the actual recordings would show he was not threatened by Ms. Shorts or Mr. Sela. He was not attacked by Ms. Shorts or Mr. Sela. And he had the benefit of the entire recording, start to finish, on 3 separate cameras. And he hand selected, reviewed, and evaluated, cherry-picked each one that would be presented to this court. And after all of that manipulation, Your Honor, look at what he had. The absolute worst he can show is that someone pointed a finger at him, not even pointing at him. And someone, supposedly Mr. Sela, is standing still. And based on that, Mr. Shannon claims he feared for his life. But thankfully, the standard in Georgia is not based on his subjective feelings. The standard is whether a reasonable man would fear for his life under those circumstances. And on February 20th, those words, fear, threatened, attacked, never left his mouth. He said he was being harassed. His fear for his life did not show up until he filed this warrant application 2 months later. And it was only at the magistrate court that he suddenly feared for his life and feared a violent injury. Other people outside, other reasonable people, that the neighbors were there, and they saw what was happening, but no one called the police because he wasn't being attacked and the situation was not threatening. And judging by his own actions, there's no way he was fearful. He claims he was scared, but then his own pictures show him grabbing his phone and moving towards the same people he claims were threatening and attacking him. And when the 911 operator asked him to go in his home, he flat out refused. Nobody, not his wife, not him, not his kids, or any of the reasonable people in the neighborhood were worried about his safety. But now 2 months after the fact, he's asking Your Honor to believe that the situation was so dire, any reasonable person would have feared for their life. That doesn't make sense, shouldn't make sense, because it's not true. And the biggest problem with issuing a warrant here is that it would rely solely on information provided by Mr. Shannon, who has demonstrated a complete inability to tell the whole truth. He has misrepresented facts to have us arrested on multiple occasions. He called 911 saying we used our car to block him into his driveway, such that he couldn't even leave his own house. The truth was, our car was parked across the street and he didn't want it there. And even after the officer told him that our car was parked in front of our house, he called again for the same reason, telling the same lie. And he continued to call 911 for the same frivolous reason over and over again. He didn't stop until DeKalb County told him.
I got it. You know why I got it? Because I heard all the evidence as well. And that's why I usually only give folks 3 minutes to give a closing. Because unlike a jury, I do this all the time, right? And so let me just say a couple of things and what I've acknowledged from the evidence, right? The truth is this. The videos show that a young boy was playing kickball. The truth is that the videos show that the young boy had to go get that ball from under your wife's car, Mr. Shannon, because that's what the pictures show. He was with the ball 1 minute on your property, and then he seems as if he goes towards your wife's car and goes and gets a ball after that. Now, I don't know what's going on. Oh, I do know, I have some understanding of what's happened before. But a ball rolling onto your property and a young boy going to get their ball is not the type of trespass that I'm going to issue an arrest warrant. That's not going to happen. Now, the allegations and things that happen after the fact, the evidence just doesn't support a simple assault. The evidence does not support necessarily a trespass because honestly, sir, the way that your vehicle is situated and sit, I don't see why you couldn't move it. I understand why you told the court you couldn't move it, but I don't see how you couldn't move it. My frustrating part about this is the disorderly conduct, because I do hear cursing. I do hear other people throwing expletives and issues, but at the same time, Mr. Shannon, to be honest, you seem relatively unbothered as well about that. And what makes the court more concerned is that it's not that Mr. Shannon in of itself is a perpetrator, and I wouldn't say that Mr. Silas or Ms. Shorts are perpetrators. But what we have is that the officers who were there at the time didn't seem to believe that there was an assault that occurred, that there was a disorderly conduct that occurred, or that there was actually a trespass that occurred. I've seen the evidence that you supported, sir. And I do find that the young boy went on the property. He went to get a ball. I do see that folks were talking to you at the edge of your driveway and into the street. But I don't necessarily see anything that would put you in position or support the position that you were in fear of facing immediate danger. Furthermore, the 911 officer told you, can you go inside? You didn't do it. I don't find that there's sufficient probable cause to issue an arrest. So let me tell you this, and this is the last thing I'm going to say. You guys live across the street from each other. And I'm sure you guys are going to call the police again on each other because you guys are grown and y'all seen that that's what y'all been doing well before I got here. I've seen the reports back from 2021. I'm not so sure what I do today is going to have any effect on you. And so I pray that you guys get it together. I pray that these things don't come into some type of physical altercation where people are hurt. But obviously, if it arises to that level, I'm happy. I'm happy to sign arrest warrants, right? But I don't have that today. And I pray it never gets there. But y'all are grown, and I'm really disappointed that you involved your children in this event. But that's your choice. But I'm not issuing any arrest warrants, and you guys can have a good evening. All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We can end live recording. That'll be the good
Appreciate you telling them off for that absolute travesty of a case that I don't think any of us should have had to watch. Hold on. Let me turn that off. Move this while I get the other case up here. What did you guys think about that? What do you think? First of all, would you hire her as your attorney? There's my first question. Would you hire her as your own attorney? I would say no. But you know what? It's not all my choice. How did I split this up? Is the question. Okay, I split it up like that. Okay, just give me 1 second. But yeah, let's see. What are we saying in the chitty chat?
You never know these days, but moreover, in
Judge,
consideration of your time, pleasure, money,
judge.
and as I said, things can get wonky, things can get crazy over an internet connection. And so I just want to make sure that you do have
too fast. Let's see. Here we go. Kids in court totally unnecessary. Female Benjamin Crump. She might take my dinosaurs. Okay. I'd hire her for my opponent. That's a good idea. I think she's legal aid. I didn't get a legal aid vibe. You know, I have to say, legal aid is not, they're not bad attorneys. And most often they're very passionate about their work. So, and very usually selfless as well. So I don't actually think legal aid is like an insult. That's not an insult in my mind. I know some people like think it's whatever, but I think that's a pretty thankless job that is pretty badass in a way. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh my God. This whole day was pretty crazy. I'm just seeing the people on the screen and remembering now. Better than I deserve. We should all be better than I deserve. Okay. Better than we deserve, right, guys? We split this into fast and then once I finished and got up to speed, so I'll have to flip it.
that you make sure that you contact us so that we can address your matter at another time. Furthermore, for your safety, unauthorized recording of this matter should be prohibited. It doesn't matter if you're trying to keep a record for yourself or some other source. Recording of this matter is strictly prohibited, okay? Though this matter is being live streamed over the court's YouTube channel, we will be taking down the recording at the conclusion of these hearings, all right? So if you're not watching now and you haven't seen it and taken some notes, then it will be going later. So for many of you, this is your first time. This is unlike anything you guys have probably heard about, seen, because this is not common in all states. Georgia is one of the few states in the country that allow folks to take out private warrants against other folks to have them arrested. These type of cases have nothing to do with any type of damages, no type of specific performance. We are here to determine whether or not an individual committed a crime, right, at least as far as probable cause is concerned, and then determining whether or not an arrest warrant is going to be issued, and along with that arrest warrant, are there going to be any special conditions to that bond that may be issued in the event that that person who was the person who very well committed the crime has to adhere to in order to remain out on bond. All right. And so let me just be clear. these cases only apply to misdemeanors. If the facts that you're alleging or the claim that you're alleging is a felony, then we cannot hear this matter. If the action occurred outside,
That's a good point. Yes, this case happened before. This is the beginning of the docket. The case we just watched with the shorts who are right there. That was the end of the docket. So this is the beginning of the docket. I wanted to play the shorts case first. So now we're back to the beginning of the docket. Judge is going over this case. I want you guys to pay attention to, yeah, we have a couple of cases here that are interesting. I didn't get to hear all of them in their entirety. I was recording and doing other stuff, so we're gonna hear them together. Let's do it.
again, we can't hear this matter. If the person that you allege committed a crime against you was during that time was either a state employee or operating in as their position as a state employee, we're not going to be able to hear that matter. All right. So let me just be clear about that. Again, many folks use these hearings and assume that folks can get maybe some type of specific performance. We get a lot of cases where folks allege theft. We get folks sometimes who want an individual to stay away from them. And I will let you know again, we may issue certain special conditions if sufficient information is found to justify an arrest warrant being issued. However, if you're looking something more than that, this would not be the appropriate forum for it. And so my job today is to hear evidence, be a finder of fact, and determine whether or not there is sufficient probable cause. And that's not beyond a reasonable doubt. That's a lot lower level. But probable cause that a particular crime was committed by either respondent or the applicant. And I'll say that again because when folks come to these hearings, they have an opportunity to give the court some background about why or what happened regarding this particular situation. And oftentimes, when folks are telling me what's going on, sometimes we find that the applicant committed a crime. And sometimes we find that, in fact, maybe the respondent didn't commit a crime at all. But I want to let everyone know that this evening, my job is to listen to determine whether or not a crime has been committed. And that doesn't necessarily matter if it's been committed by the applicant or the respondent. Now, what we're primarily here to do is to see whether or not the specific crime that the applicant has made against the respondent, because we don't call them defendants yet because they haven't been charged with the crime, and whether or not the applicant is in fact responsible as far as probable cause for the crime that they alleged. And so during this particular hearing, I'll allow folks to cross-examine one another. I'll allow folks to introduce evidence. I'll allow folks to even provide witnesses. But the overall goal is for the court to determine whether or not there's probable cause for the crime that's alleged against the respondent. Right? Now, a couple things could come from these hearings. In the event that I do find that there's sufficient probable cause for the alleged crime, I very well will require that person who is the respondent, the defendant, to turn themselves in. All right. And they would be turning themselves into the DeKalb County Jail. In doing so, however, I would not be requiring them to put up a financial bond to be released. I would very well order what's called an unsecured judicial release, which would mean that effectively they would not be required to put up any monetary amount to be released once they turn themselves in to the DeKalb County Jail. All right. However, the applicant, before this particular respondent / defendant can turn themselves in, the applicant is going to have the responsibility to actually sign off on the actual warrant that is going to be made against the defendant that allows him to be arrested. Now, let me be clear, he or she to be arrested. Now, let me be clear. If the respondent defendant, after the court hears all the evidence and finds that they should, a sufficient probable cause is there and they should turn themselves in, if they don't turn themselves in, then they would just have a warrant for their arrest out there. Now, I will let you know that the court is not interested in having people just arrested without their knowledge. However, we want to make sure that we're protecting the interests of the community, but also letting folks know that in many of these situations, the emergency that was present at the time of the initial event is generally no longer there. I'll be honest, I have some cases that are extending for several years ago. And so many of those situations are no longer in the same emergency type of situation that they were when the alleged crime actually happened, right? And so we try to give folks some opportunity to turn themselves in because it is not the job of the court to get people to lose their jobs, right? I want to be straight and stress this. If I find probable cause today, that does not mean that anyone here is guilty. Does not determine guilt. That's not what this hearing is about. This is about probable cause and whether or not that person can be arrested. And that's all that variable will come from. Again, I know folks a lot of times want some full relief. And the only relief that I can give you for the most part is either a special condition along with an arrest. But that arrest in and of itself will not automatically turn into a particular charge that's going to be brought up by the solicitor. The solicitor's office has the responsibility and the power to determine whether or not, after I've made my determination that probable cause is there, to take the case further and actually prosecute. Okay. In addition to evidence, and I want to state this now, all of you have had opportunity, both respondent and applicant have had an opportunity to submit to the court evidence. If you have not submitted to the court evidence, I would tell you that this is going to be your last opportunity to do it. Because when I have your hearings, I don't want to wait 5 minutes for you to go in your email and find that one document that you thought you sent the court, right? We end at 9 o'clock. And so it is imperative that whatever evidence that you want the court to hear or see, you need to make sure that you have it, right? Because we don't want to have any type of delay. My clerk has just put the email address where if you want to send some evidence down the chat box. If you have not sent your evidence already, please do so now. In addition to, if you have brought witnesses and your witnesses are here with you this evening, I just want to let you know if you have multiple witnesses, it is within my discretion to hear one or all the witnesses. The reason for that is the court does not need to hear repetitive evidence. Again, I'm not determining whether or not there's guilt, just probable cause. If 5 people will all say that he slapped you, I really only need to hear from 1 or 2 folks. I don't need to hear from 5 people. Okay? Let's just be clear about that as well. Finally, I generally don't like to have hearings that are called ex parte. And that just means outside the presence really of the other party. Okay. In some situations, folks are served, and service here in these situations are not like regular service where somebody has to be personally served. They only have to be mailed the notice. However, if the notice isn't mailed to a current address, like an address that we're sure of this person lives at, right, then we may have to reset the hearing for you to get a more up-to-date address. But if we determine that the address that the notice was sent to was good, and this person should have responded but didn't, then we can very well hear the matter ex parte. That means just the applicant here. And I want to let folks know I'll hear the evidence and I'll make a determination. But I want folks to know that just because I hear it without the defendant making statements does not guarantee that an arrest warrant will issue. All right. And as I said before, I just want to stress this because this has happened. If you think that you may have committed a crime in addition to the other person, just know that I could very well issue an arrest warrant against you too. I get a lot of folks here who get really high and mighty about their positions. And then when we get down to what's going on about the evidence, we find out that they're not as clean in the hands as they like the court to believe they are. So I just want to make sure everybody is aware that you are going to be cross-examined in the event that the other party is here to ask questions by that other party, as well as any other witnesses that either party brings, okay? So just be aware of that. I'm going to proceed. I'm going to call the calendar first. If a party is not here after I call the calendar, I will do an additional inquiry about whether or not that person has been properly noticed. And if that is the case and both parties are here, I will give one final opportunity for those parties to see if they can resolve their matter without having to come before me. And some folks say, well, what can I do to resolve it? Well, some folks agree to TPOs and saying, hey, they won't oppose a TPO, or folks say that they may have issues of money and a whole host of agreements I've seen have been made. However, because this is a criminal matter, unless both folks are interested in trying to reach a resolution, I'm not going to send anybody in the back to try to discuss things. Furthermore, I'm not interested in anybody making any threats against anyone. So if you feel like you can't hold yourself, and don't go in the back if the other person wants to try to work it out. In addition to, if you do decide to try to work it out, just let me know that if the person is back there making threats against you, please let the court know, because I will handle them appropriately if we find out that people are being threatening. All right, the court does not look kindly on those kinds of things. All right, so I'm going to call the calendar. When I call your name, you can take yourself off mute. I'm going to inquire with you about whether or not you have any physical or evidence, rather, that you emailed the court, and whether or not you have any witnesses with you. All right? Thank you. All right, position 1 on the Monday, May 1st, 2023 calendar is PP-055206. The respondent defendant is Dion Edwards. Dion Edwards. And I usually call people's name 3 times. I don't see them under Dion Edwards. That's no appearance. How about Rakeem Jackson? Rakeem Jackson. Rakeem Jackson. No appearance. That case will be dismissed from warrant prosecution. Nobody appeared. Position 2 is PP-055213. The respondent defendant is Nia Evans. Nia Evans.
Good evening, Judge. David Abbott on behalf of the respondent. We do have 2 witnesses who are her parents. In addition, it appears that this prosecution is time barred.
Yeah, let's see, is this the same case here? I was looking at that. Okay, is John Dink?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. And I'm going to come back to you, Mr. Dink, because I was looking over your documents. I do see that this happened back in 2020.
Yes, sir. It's just because the court was closed because of COVID for a year.
I understand, but there are 2-year statute of limitations on these misdemeanors, so bear with me for me to review some things, okay, determine whether or not we can proceed. All right, bear with me. Position 3, do you have any witnesses or exhibits?
Yes, sir. I just have 2 police reports. So
Wait, we're not going into the hearing right now. I'm just asking, did you have it? Do you have any?
I didn't get copies of this, Judge.
Oh, it's okay. I can share them with the court. That's all right.
Yes, sir.
What's outside the police reports? What else do you have?
That's all.
Okay. All right, counsel. Would you guys be interested in having a discussion with Mr. Dink, or are you holding tight on your position here?
I mean, he is under a protective order, therefore I don't understand what we could possibly get through talking.
Okay. So you guys have a TPO against him, or he has?
Yes.
That's not true, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll find out. I always do. So hold on, give me a second. Position 3 PP-055184. The respondent defendant is Rael LaRue Greer.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Adama McKinnon on behalf of Ms. Greer, and Ms. Greer is present in my office this evening.
All right, Counsel McKinnon, great. I usually don't have this many attorneys on these calendars, so it's a pleasant surprise.
Yes.
I just make things longer, though. I'm gonna be honest with you. How about Kadato Delano? Forgive me if I butchered your name.
No, it's fine. My name is Kadizu, but yes, I'm here.
All right, ma'am, I've got you down. Do you have any evidence?
I do.
Did you email the court, or is it just witnesses?
I emailed them.
Okay.
We have not seen it, Your Honor. We also have evidence, and of course, Ms. Greer is here as her own witness.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, we'll get all of that going here. Give me 1 second. Position 4, PP-055214, Lamar Johnson is the defendant respondent. Johnson. Lamar Johnson. We'll see that he is here. How about Kathy Jackson?
I'm here,
Yes, Miss Jackson.
Your Honor.
Do you have any witnesses or evidence with you that you've emailed the court?
Yes, I'm trying to email it to her now. I have 2 witnesses here with me.
And who are those witnesses?
Carl Davis and Carl's cousin.
Are they on the screen or are they with you?
They are with me. Here's one.
It's okay. Do me a favor though. You're sitting behind light, so that makes whatever I see for you black. So
Okay.
you can turn around and maybe so I can actually see some definition in your face. All right. Ma'am, now Mr. Johnson's not here, so we'll have to determine about service to see whether we can proceed ex parte today.
Okay.
All right. Position 5 is PP-055172. And that's going to be Kia McCune.
I'm here.
All right, and do you have any witnesses or evidence that you submitted to the court?
I have a witness with me.
Okay. Miss Jackson, you literally went from someone in all black to a pastor within light. And then let there be light. I swear. Look at that. Have mercy. All right, Azana Garrett.
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Do you have any?
Yes.
All right. How many?
One.
Are they with you?
Yes.
All right. Hold tight. Position 6 EP-055202. Stacy Shorts. Miss Shorts, there you go.
Good evening. I'm here, Your Honor.
All right, I got you down. Do you have any evidence or witnesses?
Yes, evidence has been emailed to the clerk and one possible witness.
All right. All right, how about Lamar A. Shannon?
President.
All right, Mr. Shannon, do you have any witnesses or evidence?
Yes, the evidence was submitted already to the magistrate court, and I have one witness.
Here who have both people here.
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. The rest of that was just the opening, so let me get the next bit for us here. I just liked his explanation of the cases. It's really important, I think, because Georgia is very different. This is not how they do it most places. Looks a little fast to me. We'll see if they're fast talking and I have to slow it down.
All right, so this happened in February. That's recent. Miss Jackson, can I get you on mute and get all so I can get you under oath? You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and a penalty and perjury of the law?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
That's really funny, Mayor.
So my concern, I mean, the vehicle was 2,700. Is how much you alleging that your damages are, or they stole from you?
It was 2,700, but he put down I only gave him 1,000. I was just letting the court know how he's operating. As far as selling vehicles, because I went online and marketing to purchase the car, and he told me it was he had on there that it was a 2005, but it wasn't. So he wrote me 2 separate bill of sale. He wrote them in 2 different names and 2 different addresses. And then he asked me to leave the car with him. And I left the car with him because he was supposed to be putting motor.
Well, hold on. So you have a lot of names here. You've got C. Johnson and Edo DeMar, and then that's a lot of different names. And you've got this address here. Is this the business address or is this his home address?
That's his home address where he actually sells the cars at.
He sells them out of his home?
Yes. The reason the different names there, Your Honor, because he have written different names on the bill of sale and different names on the title. He wrote the name on the title as well and a different name. That's what I was trying to show the court what he was doing, and how he was selling the cars to, individuals.
See, we don't have a date of birth. And Tammy, I don't think we can do it, but let me see. Maybe the date of birth on the complaint.
I have a picture of him that I can send in as evidence.
No, Tammy, I don't know if we can do it because we don't have a date of birth. It's not on the report. I know the jail won't take folks unless they have a DOB.
Yeah, we won't be able to get a warrant issue if that was the end result here without a date of birth.
So, Ms. Jackson, I'm not going to dismiss it, but what I'm going to have to do is continue it. So I'm looking at the application that was made as well as the police report that was submitted. And they do provide this person, Lamar C. Johnson, but they don't provide a date of birth, which is strange because if they have the appropriate information for him, they would have provided a DOB. And they haven't. And we cannot arrest people without a date of birth. That's how we generally identify folks. So what I want you to do, a couple things. One, I'm concerned that you're not necessarily also meeting the threshold for a misdemeanor because this is over $2,500 because the allegation is there may be a $2,500 theft or so. And in addition to, you got to get the DOB in order for us to even issue a warrant against him. I know that's difficult, but you might want to call back to Cap County Police. They may be able to get you more information about that so we can supply it to us. But if I was to hear your case today and then subsequently issue a warrant, they wouldn't even be able to execute it because they don't have the appropriate identifying information.
I understand.
So what we'll do is just continue it. And so all you would need to do then is contact the court or contact the police, see if they can get your date of birth. And as soon as you do, we can either get it rescheduled or I can get it rescheduled now, but then you would be really under the gun to make sure that you get that information. Because what I don't want to have happen is you get reset for another hearing and then you still don't have the information for us to do what we need to do.
I understand, Your Honor.
So so you understand? So that's what we're going to do. And so as soon as you give me that date of birth, contact the police department. We can get you back on the calendar. But it's recent enough, so it shouldn't be an issue. But we need the date of birth.
Okay.
All right.
I'll work on it.
All right. Call the Cap County.
Call the Cap County.
Police.
You got a number?
I do not, because they got a lot of them, and 911 goes to a lot of people. So,
okay.
But if you contact the investigating officer that may have been on the police report, it may be able to help.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, folks, and your excuse me. What we're going to do then is this. I'm going to tell you how we're going to proceed because the time is very essential for us to be able to complete these hearings. So position one, as I mentioned before, this is how not position one, I'm sorry. That's going to be position.
I'm sorry, Ms. Jackson, just in case you didn't know, he's done on your.
And you're free to go. And I'm sorry. So that case, so the first case that'll be up, I apologize, is going to be Evans versus Dink. I'm gonna address you guys, and I'm gonna have some questions for Mr. Dink first. And so generally, if we end up having a full hearing, this is how we'll normally do it. I'll give you folks a brief 2.5 to 3 minutes to give the court a little bit of an opening statement regarding the position. And then I'll subsequently allow these folks to introduce any evidence that they have, including any witnesses or evidence. The court will look at those things. I will share my screen with you as well for you to be able to see the information. And then I will then give the other party an opportunity to cross-examine you and cross-examine any witnesses that you introduced. And then from there, both parties will already have an opportunity to make their opening statements at the same time. I mean, at the same time, but right after one another. And then once the applicant has made their general statements and presented their case, I'll give the opportunity for the defendant or respondent to do so. They will have an opportunity as well to introduce any evidence as well as witnesses, and then the applicant will have an opportunity to cross-examine them as well. And then at the conclusion of that, I'll give folks an opportunity to give a closing statement, usually about 3 minutes, no more than 5. And then I will make a decision based upon the information that I've heard. Once I've done that, if I issue an arrest warrant, I will go in and provide people instructions about turning themselves in. If I dismiss the case, that will be then the conclusion of the matter. All right. All right. So first and foremost, let me go ahead and get Miss Evans, unless Miss Evans is not going to testify, but I can at least get her under oath, and Mr. Dink under oath. Okay. So if I can get you guys to turn your unmute yourself, and then I will go ahead and get you under oath. And again, Attorney Abbott, I'm not indicating that she has to testify because I understand she has the right to remain silent, but I want to get her under oath just in case that's something that we subsequently do. So, folks, go ahead and raise our right hand for me. Swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, under penalty of perjury of the law.
I do.
All right. So, thank you, Ms. Evans. Before we go forward, Mr. Ding, I understand that before you when you filed this application, that the judge indicated that you needed to apply for the statewide emergency judicial order.
To be honest, sir, I'm not sure. I know that I talked with the judge a month ago, and he said he's going to accept the case and send it to the court because it's family violence. I think that's why it goes to state court. But I may have forgotten some of those details. But ask me any question, I'll be glad to answer it to the best of my
ability. I mean, it was told to June 30th. You might just have made it because it was told between the 30th and 2021. And so counsel, obviously during that time, we weren't having these hearings. And so we had a year where that particular normal statute would have been told for these matters.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm talking for some talking counsel. And so counsel from March 14th until June 30th, 2021, effectively they were told. And so if this happened in 2020, that would have been within that period of time. Obviously, they were told until June of 2021. He very well should have been, if this was done any time after June, he would have been unable to proceed. But I think we're going to allow him to proceed in this situation. So this is how we're going to do it. Mr. Dink, I'm going to give you an opportunity to give a brief opening statement. It is 6:47. I'll probably start you at 6:48. You can go to 6:51. Following that, counsel, you can obviously give an opening statement. Then it'll be on you immediately, Mr. Dink, to present any evidence or any witnesses. If you have the evidence that you've already submitted, counsel, I will share my screen so everybody sees it, and then we'll go from there. All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Dink, the floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So this starts, this was Christmas Eve in 2020. So me and my ex-wife have been separated. She took most of her stuff. She had been moving out and not letting me talk to the child at all or anything. I was in a lot of extreme pain, right? Calling her on the phone, begging her, please let me just talk to the child. So one day she just shows up. I get a knock on the door. I look through the peephole, but someone's fingers over the peephole. I thought it was my buddy, so I just answered. It's her mom and dad, and my son, who was like 3 or 2 at the time. So they bust in, they catch me completely off guard. Everyone just starts going in. Naya starts, immediately yelling at me. I said, my catchphrase used to be, please not in front of the child. And I want you all to know, for every police report, for every incident that gets to court, there is at least 10 more incidents that will never get heard in court. And this is, anyway, so my catchphrase was, please not in front of the child. I said, why did you bring the child to fight me? She said, you wanted to see him, didn't you? Anyway, so the point is that I don't know what was happening, but I'm not answering the questions she wants, and I'm recording her because there's a history of violence. She always does this, and there's never proof. So I knew to record. Anyway, so several times when she attacked me, several times, at least 3 times three separate times when she hit me in the face, open and closed fist, or whatever. There was at least 2 times when she grabbed my phone out of my hand. One time she managed to get it out while I was recording. She threw it in the sink and started pouring water. Her parents were right there for all of this, by the way. My child is screaming and crying. You know, I'm saying, please leave, please stop, not in front of the child. And by the way, yes, sir, if you would like, we can pull up the first, the police report from DeKalb County. The reason why I would like to use the police report as
hold on, before you get into that, we're not for evidence yet. You just need to give me the background. So,
yes, sir.
So tell me, you told me that it was a battery. I haven't heard anything about the battery yet. Did you want to give any indication about that?
Yes, sir. So, basically, I didn't do anything. She just.
I understand. You're the applicant. We're not alleging that you did anything.
No.
Now you're alleging that she did something. So we want to hear about what she did.
Basically, eventually, she becomes angry enough where she starts just slapping me. Couple times she punched me. Couple times she slapped me. She would slap my phone out of my hand. Multiple different. This was probably a 30 to 45-minute incident, and that's why I say probably 3 to 4 different types of attacks happened throughout this whole time. It would be, she attacks me a little bit. I say, stop. I get away. Please leave. She attacks me a little more. Stop. There was one of the times where she got my phones and threw them in the sink and started spraying water.
I'm only referring, listen, and I just want to make sure I'm going to give counsel an opportunity to give an opening statement. But I'm only concerned about the 24th date of December 2020, the date that you're.
Yes, sir. This is the same day.
Okay. And so I'm not going to let you give too much because I want to make sure that we maintain time. Because I think I get an understanding of what happened from that date. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Counsel?
Your Honor, may it please the court, this is very straightforward. The applicant and the respondent were intimate partners. They had a child together. Ms. Evans determined that she wanted to break up with the applicant. She went to the dwelling that they had both occupied together, to which she had a key to retrieve her property. Because she was worried about her safety, she brought her parents. The applicant cussed at them, berated them, threatened them, and pushed her repeatedly. Her father diffused things. She got her property and departed. All she was doing is picking up her property after she ditched her abusive boyfriend.
Okay. All right, Mr. Dink, please, so any evidence that you want the court to review as well as others to view, so to support your position, what would you do?
Yes, sir. I would like to use the police report from DeKalb County as evidence.
All right.
Object to hearsay.
And so, counsel, I would tell you under normal circumstances, I would do so, but of course, me being the fact finder, I'm not like a normal juror. So I normally allow police reports to come in. They're not obviously facts, but obviously we have a little bit looser uh, uh, not civil procedure here, but evidentiary standards here. And so I am going to let the police report in. It's probable cause hearing. This isn't a trial. Hold tight. Sorry. Bear with me, folks. All right, Mr. Ding. What specifically on this police report would you like to point the court's attention to?
Yes, sir. I would like to read those whole couple paragraphs. I can read it real quick. Would you like me to?
No, you don't need to read it. The court is acknowledging what's in the record. I don't need you to actually read it out loud. I'm totally capable of hearing it and seeing it. And I have read it.
Yes, sir. So what this is the police officer says, I watched the videos, and he makes a detailed description of what he watched from a video on live while he made this report. So this is not just like I said something. The police watched a video with his own eyes and made his own report during the.
Okay. Okay. And let me just ask, and I'm going to obviously, counsel, you're going to get an opportunity to cross-examine. And I want to just show here that I think this was the. Oh, that's not relevant. So, okay. All right. Counsel, have you seen this now? Have you read this? Had an opportunity to read?
Yes, and I would point the court to the last paragraph in the narrative, which is important.
No, I'm capable of reading everything, and so I'm more than aware. What I want to ask Mr. Ding, do you have that video that the officer alleges that he watched? You have that video in your possession?
So I probably got some clips. The thing is that when she slapped me and attacked my phone, she'll stop the video. So it's gonna be like several clips that I have to kind of put together because she was trying to stop me from recording multiple times. So yes, I do have. I can try to get all that for you for sure.
Okay. Well, do you have any other evidence that you'd like to introduce? Any witnesses otherwise?
No, sir. It was just me all alone. Her and her mother and father pulled up with my child and pretty much did everything. It was just me. I had nothing, no way to defend myself, nothing but pull out the video camera, and so I could prove that this was real. This all.
Okay. Counsel, you're now going to have an opportunity. I'm just going to make sure you understand, Mr. Newman. Counsel, since you don't have any other witnesses, you don't have any other evidence currently that was produced. I did see the other police report, but that is irrelevant to the current event that we're dealing with today. That was an event from prior year. And so I'm going to give counsel an opportunity to cross-examine you, okay?
Okay.
Counsel, we're not going to let this be a long, drawn-out cross-examination. All right?
Don't worry, I enjoy working quickly, especially in the evening, Judge.
Sure thing. Go right ahead.
Were you and Ms. Evans intimate partners?
Ever?
Yes.
Yes.
Did she live with you?
She did at a time.
Did she leave personal property at your dwelling?
Yes. There was some.
Did she break up with you?
I guess so. She actually just took the child and ran away.
Okay. And when she took the child and left, did she leave her personal property behind at the dwelling that the two of you had shared?
To be honest, most of it was mine. Most of it was mine. She still came and took most of my stuff, honestly.
Did she have any personal property at all that she kept at her dwelling?
By personal is more like pots and pans. So it's family stuff.
Was there an occasion on or about Christmas Eve of 2020 where Ms. Evans needed to pick up her personal property?
So I had no clue that she was coming. And first off, like I said, these were pots and pans in the microwave that got taken.
Did she call or text you before she came on or about Christmas Eve 2020?
You know what? I like I said in my testimony, I have been saying, please, please let me see the child. And she said something to me like, "Oh, you gonna see me."
It comes back, don't worry, I promise.
You gonna see me. Are we gonna pop up? I don't remember exactly, but it's something like that. Really ominous and really mysterious.
Did you know that she planned to come or not?
Oh, not at all.
So you were completely surprised that she wanted to pick up her personal property.
I was completely surprised when she appeared at my door, and she put her finger over the peephole, so I had no idea who it was. And like a fool, I answered it, but I had no idea. I thought it was my buddy. I had no clue she would be there at all, ever. She had barely any contact with me.
Who else was present when Ms. Evans came to your dwelling?
It was Naya, Jeanette, and Jeffrey Evans, and my son, and my son Campbell.
And the two others were her parents, correct?
That's correct, and my son Campbell.
How old are her parents?
I don't know exactly, probably about 65.
Okay. Were any of them carrying any kind of weapon?
To be honest, they like the mom had a purse, and I don't know what they had, but no, I didn't see any physical weapons in their hands.
And isn't it true that you keep a pistol in your house?
Yes.
Okay. How tall are you?
I'm 6 feet tall.
What do you weigh?
I weigh 200 pounds.
Are you physically afraid of Ms. Evans?
Actually.
And it will come back again. And this is the last time. I swear, any minute now. Come on, video. Come on, video.
Yes, she has physically abused me many times. Actually, yes. I'm afraid because she never gets caught. She gets away with it all the time. See how they're laughing?
Okay. At the time Ms. Evans came to your dwelling with her parents, was any of her personal property in your dwelling?
It was all family property. There was nothing that actually belonged to her. It was all pots and pans, the microwave, stuff that we all used together for the family. So no.
What do you mean by family property?
Pots and pans, microwave that we used together as a family before she moved out, 9 months before showing up randomly.
I see. Were the two of you ever married?
Yes. We were married when she attacked.
And when were the two of you divorced?
Only a few months ago.
Okay. At any point, did you ever push Naya Evans on or about Christmas Eve 2020?
Oh, never, ever, ever. Not, in fact, I was videotaping, so obviously, why would I commit a crime on camera when I'm the one protecting myself?
Isn't it true that the DeKalb County Superior Court issued a protective order against you on June 9th of 2021?
Your Honor, is this relevant?
It is for the purposes of a TPO being issued against you.
Okay, absolutely. So, yes, that is true. Can I elaborate?
You can.
Please.
There was no evidence. She just made false remarks. In fact, she said heinous crimes brought no evidence whatsoever. In fact, I came and showed evidence where, in fact, I was being abused, and they still granted it now. And I said, why can't you grant one both? They said because she's the one who filed it. So basically, I had no idea the restraining order was coming. I was just begging to see my child, but all of the things she said on it were very false with no evidence, but they still granted it. And that restraining order has been going for over a year now.
Okay. And isn't it also the case that there's currently a custody dispute pending between you and Ms. Evans in the Superior Court of Troup County?
Yes, sir. Only because she's in contempt of court. We had a mediation a couple months ago when we got the divorce. As soon as we got the mediation, she stopped showing up. In fact, I can show you every day I document things. I said, we made it to about day 7 of her not letting me talk to the child before she went to DFACS and made a false report that has also been debunked by the investigator. So yeah, actually what happened was she was in contempt of court.
Hold on, Mr. Ding. Hold on, Mr. Ding. I need you to be responsive. And again, counsel, I'm going to give you about a couple more questions here, and then we're going to move on. Obviously, this isn't a full trial.
Do you have any photographs of the injuries that Ms. Evans caused you when you claim she struck you in the face repeatedly?
Well, to be honest, there was no like major scratches and major big things. I mean, I'm a tough guy. You know, you were just saying how big and tall I am. Like, it didn't hurt that much, but it's like it happened in front of the child. It's still against the law. Just because it didn't scratch me up and destroy my face doesn't mean it's right. Doesn't mean it's legal.
No further questions, Judge.
All right. Counsel, do you have any questions? I'm sorry, Well, I'll give you an opportunity to present the evidence to counsel. If that is your case, Mr. Dane, since you don't have any witnesses at this juncture. Is there any evidence that you'd like to produce, counsel, in response, or you guys want to rest here?
One quick witness, Judge.
Sure. And who is that witness?
We call Jeanette Evans.
Okay, and is that the respondent?
It is her mother, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Was she in another room at least?
No, she was. I don't think the rule was invoked.
I didn't know you had another witness right there. But I'll invoke the rule now if everybody knows. But yeah, I didn't know you were going to actually call her, so that's the reason why I invoked the rule. But sure.
I apologize, Judge.
Please. Miss Evans, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the penalty and perjury of the law?
Yes, I do.
Counsel.
Ma'am, were you present with your daughter on or about Christmas Eve of 2020 when she encountered Mr. Dank at the property they shared together?
Yes, I was.
What was Naya's purpose in going there?
Her purpose was to go and collect all of her items that she did not get when she left a long period before that, like 9 months before. And those personal items were some of her clothes and, underclothes and ladies' things and personal items. Sure, it was pots and pans, but those were hers as well because we purchased them for her. So the microwave and all those things were hers.
Who was present with Naya during this trip?
My husband and my grandson was with us.
Were you there?
Yes.
Was Mr. Dink informed that y'all were coming?
Yes, Naya had called several times to let him know that she was coming. He would not pick up the phone, so she left a message and told him that she was coming. So yes, he knew.
Okay. What happened when y'all got there?
Okay, so when we went up, she knocked on the door, and like he said, he did open the door, and we went in, and she told him she was there to pick up all of her personal items. Well, he said, "Get out of my house." And she said, "This is my house too, because I'm on the lease and I have a key." So technically, he told us we broke in on him. We didn't break in on him. That was her house as well. We went in. He did not want her to get her things. He started to push her back. And I said, "Don't push her." She said, "Just move and let me get my items." He said, "No, you're in my house. Get the fuck out. I don't know why the fuck you come in here. Everything was fucked. I don't care. I don't give a damn. Just get the hell out of here." So she proceeded to go into the room and start getting her personal things. He got in front of her. He pushed her again. At that point, my husband said, "If you push her one more time, it's not going to be nice." So he got ready to push her a third time. And my husband got in between the two of them to keep him from hurting my daughter. And he said all she wants to do is get her things and go. He did pull out his phone and he started recording. But once I started saying, "Why are you recording and wanting your son to be here with liquor bottles and knives and all these things, guns, right there in the presence of the child?" And he was like, "Don't worry about that. What the fuck y'all doing here? Get the fuck out. This is my fucking property." And it went on and on and on. So he didn't touch my daughter anymore because he knew my husband meant business. And she went ahead and she proceeded to get her items and she collected everything. And we stood there until she had all of her things. And we turned to go out. Well, when we turned to go out of the door, he then comes behind us, still going on and on. "You're going to hear from me. You broke in here and I don't like this shit. You're going to hear from me. I mean it. You have no fucking reason to come up." And he went on and on and on. Mind you, the baby is there. He's so in love with the baby, but he's cussing. He's fussing. He had all these liquor bottles out and he wanted to keep the baby there in that surrounding. No, that wasn't acceptable.
At any point did Naya strike Mr. Dink?
She put her hand up trying to block him from pushing her. She did not hit him. She has pictures where he actually scratched her because she was trying to defend herself. All she was trying to do was get by and he was pushing her back.
No further questions, Judge.
Cross-examination, Mr. Dink, of Miss Evans.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And let me just be clear. Well, this is cross-examination. You can ask the kind of questions you want to. Go ahead.
No, please be clear. Let me know what you wanted to say, sir.
No, I just tell people generally cross-examination questions are more direct, opposed, and open. I just like
Okay.
to make sure that folks understand that. But
Yes, sir. I want to ask you one question, Judge.
not me, Miss Evans.
Yes, sir. Okay. Okay, Jeanette. Knowing that it is a penalty to commit perjury in the court, is everything you said 100% correct?
Absolutely. I have no reason to lie.
Okay. So, let's see. Where do we start?
No, listen, wait. Let me just make sure you understand, Mr. Dink. This is an opportunity for you not to testify, but to elicit testimony from the person who is under oath, and that is Miss Evans, Jeanette Evans. So this is not an opportunity for you to testify. You can ask her questions, and then she can say whatever, just similar to what counsel just did. But you're not to testify, okay?
Okay. Do you have any evidence that I pushed Naya or slapped her or anything that you just accused me of?
We do
Jeanette.
have some evidence. We do have some evidence. And it's already been sent.
Can we see the evidence?
I'm not sure what evidence she may be referring to.
Judge, I've got pictures in the file of the dwelling. I did not transmit them to the court because the injuries in them are quite minor.
I understand. All right, Mr. Dink, next question. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay. And Jeanette, did you say that you came because you were worried about the safety of the child?
The safety of my daughter, as well as my grandbaby.
So if you were worried about the safety of your grandchild, why did you allow him to come to this incident?
Because we don't leave him unattended. We were his caretakers because you were not around.
Okay, so just to be clear, you were worried about the safety of the child, but you still brought him to the place.
Yes. And you know, if it had been cleaned up.
Hey, don't worry. That's the old, thank you. Yes or no?
No, yeah, I know you want to cut me off. Okay.
Judge?
She answered. You can ask the next question. I got it.
Okay. So the next thing is, if I bring the video, is everything that you say going to be correct?
We've already seen the video. We've seen the video. This case has already been to court. We're trying to figure out why you went and got it again.
Okay, Judge, knowing that there's been a lot of lies, can I please submit the video now?
I'm going to be honest with you, sir. The own police report, I'm just going to deal with it now because I'm going to be honest. I've heard no evidence to establish that there's actually been any type of physical harm that has occurred to you. And so it's in the court's discretion. If you got some evidence to show that you've been the statute clearly indicates 23.1. Person commits the offense of battery when he or she intentionally causes substantial physical harm or visible bodily harm to one another. Right? And
Yes.
You've had your case in chief. I did want to have an opportunity to see if other individuals would give us any information. But in your case in chief, sir, you provided no evidence that you suffered a visible bodily harm or physical harm. As the officer already indicated on the report, the only piece of physical evidence that you supported, that there were no evidence of physical harm nor damage to the cell phone. And so if that's the case, I don't have any evidence, any probable cause to issue an arrest warrant. You understand? Furthermore, there's, that's really irrelevant, but I'm just saying there's TPOs and other things going on. I just don't hear any evidence you should support it to support the fact that a family violence battery was committed against you.
Judge, it's there may not have been scars, but the act of slapping me or punching me is illegal, correct, sir?
It is, and then generally that would be like an assault or a simple assault, but that's not obviously not the allegation, and nor is it the evidence that's been coming out. But let me do this, and I understand this is not something normal for you, and you've got an attorney on the other end and counsel. I'm just going to make sure, Mr. Dink, in your case in chief, and again, this is probable cause. This is not a trial. I don't have to wait till the end to make a determination. The evidence that you have isn't supportive of what you're asking for. You want this young woman to be arrested. We don't have any evidence that's not controverted or disputed that she actually harmed you. In fact, we have evidence that has come out today that is the opposite, that you committed something against her. And I don't have anything concrete. And you have not, in what's problematic for the court is that you now want to submit videos, and you had every opportunity to submit evidence, and it has happened over 3 years ago now, or almost 3 years ago now. And so it's really frustrating for the court for you to tell us, oh, now you want to support to provide this evidence, when this evidence, what you sound, make it seem as if it's the crux of what you're arguing or what you're alleging. But this is one thing that you didn't include. But
yes, sir.
The reason why the court, let me just tell you, the reason why the court is not going to give any more time for that is because the officer in its own report or in reviewing it, indicated that there was no damage to the phone, nor was there any damage to you or any injury to you. Now, if you're alleging that there is a simple assault that occurred to you, based upon the evidence, they're alleging that you also committed a simple assault or assault against her. And I don't have any evidence otherwise for either one of you other than the mother saying that she pushed you and you're saying otherwise. So we've got a he said, she said. And that he said, she said doesn't equal arrest warrants for everybody. What it's going to equal is that the case is going to be dismissed. All right?
Sir?
I just don't have sufficient evidence to support that position.
Sir, may I speak?
Sure.
I want to say last week my ex-wife just went to jail for a felony for spying.
I'm going to tell you that that's not relevant today. And I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just going to tell you, if she already went to jail on a felony, then that's of no consequence to the court to consider because it's already been dealt with. We're here on a matter where you're alleging that she needs to be arrested for an event that happened in 2020. One that you did not supply evidence for to establish that there was actual a injury to her or any of her property. And so because of that, sir, you know, I don't have authority because I don't see probable cause to issue an arrest warrant. All right?
The only reason I didn't submit the video because I thought the officer's testimony would be good.
Well, again, I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to leave it at this because I don't want to belabor any more time. The officer's testimony indicated, despite the fact that there was a lot of back and forth, he had an opportunity as well. He could have issued an arrest warrant at that time. He as well didn't find sufficient probable cause at the time to issue an arrest warrant. And you have supplied the court no additional information beyond what he had for that position. You supplied the video he's already seen. He didn't find sufficient probable cause. And you've supplied nothing else to support your position. And then we have witnesses that allege that we're there, and you don't dispute that we're there, that allege that things happen differently than what you say. And so as a result, the case will be dismissed. There is not sufficient probable cause that was found. And that'll be the order of the court. Okay? And so you folks are excused.
I appreciate the court's time, Judge.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dink. Thank you, Mr. Evans. You all can hit the red leave button. All right. We're now going to proceed with position 3. Folks, as you guys have already seen, I know it can be difficult when you have counsel on the other side. I want to stress to you, if you have any evidence that you need me to look at now, I'm going to make it very clear. You need to send it to me now. If I have it and you tell me, Judge, I want to send it to you now, that's not what we're doing because that's inconsiderate of other folks who are waiting to be heard. All right? All right, so I'm now going to hear the case of Rael LaRue Greer, as well as Mr. Or Mrs. Diallo. And where are those parties?
We're here, Your Honor. We have another witness. I heard you invoke the rule. Would you like for me to ask Mr. Copeland to step out of my office?
I would. That is not a normal course.
Okay. You can pull the door up.
I appreciate it.
And we submitted our evidence as well. Not certain if Your Honors had the opportunity to review it yet.
Let's see here. For some reason this thing is. Bear with me.
No problem.
All right, I take it these are messages that you sent the court. There are quite a few of them.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
For the sake of time, Your Honor, I recognize the timing. I'll be very brief in referencing them.
Okay.
I won't reference all of them.
No worries. Any other evidence that you had submitted? Just want to make sure I have everything.
That's the only thing we submitted, Your Honor.
All right. And Ms. Della, forgive me if I mispronounced. How do I pronounce your last name? Diallo.
Diallo.
Diallo. Do you have any evidence as well that you submitted?
I did.
Okay, let me see. Okay, well, no, that's from counsel. Clark, do you see any evidence for Mr. Diallo? just want to make sure I have it before we get started.
Let me check again. Let me see what I just sent. I thought I sent something.
What did you email, ma'am?
I emailed some text messages as well and some screenshots from Frail's Instagram.
Okay. Excuse me. I don't see that email. I do. Maybe I'm mistaken your email for council's email, but this says from Council McKinnon. So,
I'll continue to search. Let me look her name up again. Give me 1 moment.
All right. So what I want to do while we look for that, and obviously I don't need the evidence at the moment for you guys to do this. Let me just explain to you guys, folks, exactly how we'll be proceeding. As I said before, I'll give folks about 3 minutes to give me a background regarding the matter that we're here about. I just want to remind folks that I know that there are a whole host of issues that have happened and maybe other events. Some of those events are not as relevant, okay? So if you've had events prior to and it's directly related, that's one thing. But I don't need to hear about somebody doing drugs in 2017. Folks like to do that. I don't want to hear about that. And if you had something that subsequently has happened, and again, it is not directly related to the event that we're referencing, again, that's a separate event. If someone has subsequently been arrested on something else, then that's been addressed. You're here to determine whether or not someone needs to be arrested on a previous matter. And so what happened later, and if someone's arrested, isn't necessarily indicative that this event or crime occurred, okay? So let's just keep that in mind as well. And I want to focus your attention as well. We're here on a relatively recent event. It is a March 9th, 2023 harassing phone calls, repeated calls. All right, Mr. Lalo, as well as, and I know counsel, your client may not testify, but I want to get them under oath as well. All right, folks, can I get you to raise your right hand? You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, under penalty and perjury of the law?
Yes.
All right, as I said before, you can put your hand down, Ms. Reed. You guys will get 3 minutes each or so to go ahead and give an opening statement. Defense counsel will give an opening statement right after you, Mr. Lalo, and then you'll go into any evidence that you have. Did you have any witnesses? I want to make sure that Did you have any witnesses, no. Mr. Okay, all right. Just want to make sure that I get to hear everything. All right, it is 7:24, 7:25, so I'll go ahead and give you to 7:28. Go ahead and let me know what's going on regarding this allegation.
Okay, so it was actually. Oh, am I supposed to go first?
Yeah, you are the applicant.
Okay, so on March the 10th, I was getting a whole bunch of phone calls from the defendant. I think on that day I was getting about maybe 30 to 40 phone calls. And on that day as well, and actually it was previous too, but I know you said you didn't want to hear about previous. But on that day, I was getting quite a bit of harassing phone calls from the defendant on that day as well. She also took to her social media to put my address on there. So she took a screenshot of my Instagram profile. She posted with a caption saying, "Hey fellas, if you're looking for something easy, here she goes. She stays at 2510 Tree Hills Parkway in Stone Mountain, Georgia. May the odds be in your favor." After I put a TPO on her, she still was calling me with using no caller IDs, but also using a second number that she that I know that she has. Yeah, quite brief, but
okay, no worries. And I know, I just for clarification, the warrant says March 9th. Are you saying it?
Yeah.
March 9th or March 10th?
March 10th.
Okay. All right. Counsel?
Okay. I'll be very brief. Just to let the court get a little background. First of all, I'd like to let the court know that my client is not a resident of DeKalb County. Also, that there is no existing TPO. Actually, earlier today at 3:30 p.m., the TPO application filed by the petitioner in this case as well, Ms. Diallo in Fulton County, was dismissed against my client, was dismissed on these same allegations by Judge Tamika Hrabowski Houston. And also, we'd like to let the court know there is an existing TPO from Ms. Greer seeking protection established against Ms. Diallo, which was issued on April 12th as well. Your Honor, this is just a simple case where Ms. Diallo is using the judicial system to harass my client. As I stated earlier today at 2 p.m. when I appeared before Judge Tamika Hroska Houston in Fulton County. This is a situation where Ms. Diallo made her presence known. My client only found out or even learned about this woman after she contacted her initially to advise her that she was having a sexual relationship with her boyfriend, who is now her fiance. My client had no idea who this woman was from on set. The harassment actually is coming from the petitioner, who has filed this warrant the same day that she filed the TPO in Fulton County based upon the same allegations, simply because my client's now fiance advised Ms. Diallo he didn't want any contact with her and no longer wanted to have any type of relationship with her. He's present as well to testify about that. It's our position that my client is not engaged in harassing Ms. Diallo, but this is just a similar matter, same basis that was dismissed earlier today, where she's filing different pleadings and petitions and applications throughout the state of Georgia to harass my client. She made mention in her opening statement that calls were being made to her from a no-caller ID, *69. She has no evidence, like she didn't have earlier today, to justify and say that my client is the one calling from these alleged numbers. So, Your Honor, we'd like for you to take that into consideration. And it's our position, we're respectfully requesting that this warrant application be dismissed. And we have 2 witnesses, as I stated earlier today.
Okay. All right. All right, Ms. Diallo, tell me then, what evidence, that you don't have any witnesses here, what evidence, because I don't know that we have it yet. Clerk, do we have any evidence that she sent over?
I didn't see it when I was initially looking for it. I searched her name. I just sent her a chat while you guys were talking, though, to ask her to resend it because I let her know that we didn't have it. But I still have it as of right now. Let me refresh it again to see if I've gotten anything else.
And Ms. Diallo, did you send this to the judge who initially set this case for hearing?
I sent it to the email that was put in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I copied and pasted that email.
When did you do that? Today?
6:55. Yeah, I sent it at 6:55. Actually, I sent 3 different emails. One 6:30, another one 6:33, and another one at 6:55.
Can you send in the chat the email that you sent it from? Maybe I can search it by that because I don't see anything at those times in this email box. And can you also check your outbox just to make sure it's kind of not sitting there?
Yes.
While they're searching, Your Honor, would it be possible for me to continue with my argument? I know for the sake of time, I'm looking at the time.
Yeah, no, I want to. I just want to make sure she has an opportunity to have her initial case in chief before you go into it. That's all. I just want to have the organization.
Understood.
But this is why I stress getting.
Okay, so I just sent it.
You see it, clerk? And I just want to confirm, Ms. Diallo, is that all the evidence that you have?
Yes, it is. I do have a little bit more, but I think because the fiance left, I don't think I can use that. Am I correct?
I don't know. We'll have to see whether or not the fiance comes back. We'll see, or if he's going to be used. But
okay.
I'm sorry, Judge. I searched with that email address that was just sent. I don't have anything coming into our email box from that email address since April the 1st. So nothing has come in today. Were you able to check your outbox? Like, is it still kind of waiting to come?
Well, it says that it's sent, but I'm actually forwarding it back to you guys or sending it back.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, because I've gotten other ones
ones tonight from other people, but yours for some reason I don't have it.
All right, it's 7:32, Ms. Diallo. So this is what we'll do. I don't want to delay. I understand that this is what I try to avoid. But nonetheless, what we'll do is this. I'm not Council McKinnon. What we'll do is that I will at least introduce the evidence, maybe that you provided. Maybe that will give some type of insight to both sides, since these must be communications to at least one another or from some source. So I'll introduce.
Your Honor, just to interject, if it'll make it for the sake of time, we don't even have to use my evidence. My witness is here.
Okay. Well, why don't we start that? If we have it, we'll introduce it.
Since she doesn't have her.
Since she doesn't have it, I do want to be able to get some resolution. So who do you want to call then?
Oh, you want to start with us? Okay.
Well, I mean, because obviously you've got to direct them before she can cross them. So
Okay. Well, I just wanted to add as well that this warrant application was filed on or about March 30th. And subsequent to that filing, it was also filed the same day that the TPO was filed against my client that was dismissed earlier today in Fulton County, the same day. And subsequent to that, the petitioner in this matter engaged in a full-fledged attack of online spamming against my client's school, academia. She's a student, or was a student at Cornell. Since this harassment started, she's been placed on leave by her school. Also her employer, she's no longer employed. She lost one employment opportunity. One, she's being investigated. And I just wanted to let the court know, and that was the basis of the evidence that we provided today. But I would like to start on cross with the petitioner if the court will be so inclined. I'll need about 2 minutes or less. Ms. Diallo, I just wanted to state or inquire today. You did state in your opening statement, as we discussed earlier today in Fulton County, that allegedly you received calls, 20, we said 20 to 30 earlier, now you're saying 30 to 40 calls from a no-caller ID. Do you have any telephone records or any reports from a private investigator that will allude to the location of my client on March the 9th, or if it's March the 10th, that you're alleging that this alleged activity took place?
Not only just from the no caller ID, but from her text now number as well. But I don't have anything from a cell phone provider.
Okay. And you're stating that there's a text phone, a subsequent number to a text phone ID number. Do you have anything that's verified from a provider or who issues these text phone numbers that alludes any ownership to Ms. Greer for that particular number that you're referring to?
So not, you said from a provider?
Yes, that would provide or issue those type of numbers that would allude or certify that ownership of that particular text find number, I believe that's the term you use, is due to my client, Ms. Greer.
Well, she sent me about like 5 or 6 text messages from said number, so that proves that it's coming from her.
Yes, a yes or
no?
No,
it didn't come from a provider.
I asked you, did you have something from a provider that alludes
it did not come from a provider.
Or verifies that my client owns this text number that you're referring to?
It did not come from a provider.
So is that a yes or a no?
No, it did not come from a provider.
Okay. Do you have, you stated that you received these phone calls. That's the basis why you're asking for this misdemeanor warrant. What evidence or what testimony do you have to substantiate that these calls are coming from Ms. Greer? Do you have any voice recognition audio on the day of March 9th? Or I'm not sure, because you said March 10th earlier today in our other proceeding. So March 9th or 10th that verifies or identifies that that was my client's voice on these alleged phone calls that you received on this particular day?
We spoke, but I don't have a recording of her voice or anything like that.
Okay. So no recording, nothing from a telephone service provider, and nothing from a company.
It's illegal for me to record a phone call without somebody's permission.
Sweetheart. I'm asking the questions here.
So I'm answering them.
So no telephone. No, you're not answering me if you're cutting me off. So no telephone service provider records. No anything from a company that issues these text, telephone numbers, and no voice recording authenticating allegedly my client's voice, correct?
Not from a company, no.
Okay, thank you. I'll rest at this particular point, Your Honor.
Okay.
On this witness.
Clerk, do we have any of that evidence that Miss Diallo is alleged to have made? None. Okay. Well, then let us proceed.
And I'll be very brief, Your Honor, with my witness.
Okay, Ms. Diallo.
Excellent.
All right, so let me just make sure she understands. Ms. Diallo, you at this juncture, you have not supplied any evidence in support of the position that you have. I haven't seen any text messages. I haven't seen anything. I understand that you allege that you have them, but the court has provided you this information here, and you've not been able to get us this email. I'm not sure what's going on. I've got them from other folks, and so I want to give you an opportunity, but today is the day.
Yes. I sent it to MAGCT Warrant app at DeKalbCountyGA.gov. Was that the wrong email?
Now, whatever is in the chat box is the best email for the clerk's office.
Yeah, that's where I sent it to.
All right, well, I'm not quite sure what the issue is, but nonetheless, since both parties are here, counsel, I'm going to allow you to proceed, but the court will be clear that we're very concerned, obviously, that that probable cause may not have been met, but we'll see what happens, obviously, once you finish your testimony, and then I'll make a final judgment, okay? So.
Sorry, excuse me, you guys. Judge, 3 emails just popped in. I'm going to forward them all to you.
There we go. Well, hold tight. We got some emails coming. Let's see. Miss McCune, long as you are not driving, you good to go. If you driving, you need to turn that camera off. Let's see here. Bear with me.
I'm not driving.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, Judge, I've sent everything that I have.
All right. And parties, just a minute, second. I'm just reviewing.
Night, y'all. Have a good night. And yeah, Judge Kim would have kicked out most of these people already. Absolutely. Come on, Judge.
got quite a few. Bear with me. All right. I obviously can't run through every single one, but I'm going to try to give in some inquiry here for a second. All right. Can everybody see this? Is this what you submitted, Mr. Delano? Oh, there you go. Can you see that?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now I'm going to scroll. You
Yes,
got.
I can. Okay.
All right. So what do you want to port the court's attention to from this particular message?
To her caption.
Okay. And counsel, I'll give you full opportunity, obviously, to question her about this as soon as I finish introducing you.
Okay.
And what about from here? What would you like us, the court, to acknowledge here? Because this is from February.
Yes, that was actually coming from the text now number that she owns.
Okay. And are you saying these texts are from her or from someone else?
It's from her. It's from her. And you'll see in another text or in another screenshot that I was getting harassing phone calls from that very number. Yeah.
Your Honor, on the telephone numbers, I don't see a date. The log. I see February 9th there, Your Honor, but on the subsequent, I think you were scrolling down. It was a call log.
Yeah. It doesn't give a date. I understand what you're saying.
Oh, it shows a date right there. I don't know if you missed it.
That's
April 6th.
That April 6th.
I'm selfishly protecting myself.
That was the last thing
No,
I saw.
that's the last one. I'm not sure.
Okay.
All right. What's this about?
She made a TikTok video putting my email address out there.
Okay. You're saying she said it or she posted it?
She was saying something in that video, and she posted it.
Okay.
God damn it. Stop it, Judge.
Okay, so let me add, she was going to send this to you, or she sent this to you, is what you're saying?
She made a TikTok video and she put my email address out there.
So, Your Honor, if I may interject, I'm going to object to all this evidence. Number one, the alleged this picture with this TikTok. We're here, Your Honor, with regards to relevancy. This is the base of
No. If it's good X-rated stuff, well, not adult stuff, I'll show that. This is just personal info, and YouTube Daddy gets so mad with personal info, and I can't get a straight. I can't. So I have to follow all these rules. But don't worry. No. Most of the videos that won't be monetizable, I'll tell you guys, and we'll just watch them together. But I'm trying to this live edit.
my objection. The base of this warrant application is stating or alleging that my client made harassing phone calls and repeated phone calls. This photo with TikTok has nothing to do with that. I'm going to object to that call log because there's no dates on it. And the only dates that we saw were February 9th. And then on the call log, we saw Saturday. If we look back at our calendar a couple of weeks ago, March the 9th is on a Thursday and March the 10th is on a Friday. So she wanted to pick and choose one of those 2 days. Neither of those are Saturday. So I'm going to object on that with regards to relevancy as well. And I'm going to object with regards to the reference to this 470 number because once again, I asked her on cross if she had any authentication, any verification from any company that issues these alleged type of telephone numbers that my client was the owner of that number, and she doesn't have it. So I'm objecting to all three pieces of those evidence that was submitted today.
Okay. Now she sent some other emails, and I just want to make sure that we address all the evidence here. And obviously, you can make your objections in the event that they're. You can always make your objection. Bear with me.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is a very specific warrant application regarding telephone calls on March 9th.
I understand. All right, you sent this to me as well, Ms. Diallo, and I just want to make sure here. Are you alleging that this number is as well associated with the?
That was from her fiance.
Okay, so how is this relevant before we get into it? Because I really don't like to. I'm not a messy person, and I know people like to come here and make mess. I don't do that. So tell me about the harassing phone calls. Is this evidence supporting that?
Yes. In one of those text messages, it showed Jay actually saying that him actually corroborating what I've been saying, that she actually called me 50 times.
Where is that?
I've actually been asking him, can he tell her, if you could go a little further down? And I put stars by him, but hopefully that's not getting easier. And that's actually him.
Once again, Your Honor, I would object to this piece of evidence.
I guess you can keep scrolling.
We're here.
I just want to hear the objection, man.
With regards to relevancy, once again, we are here, Your Honor, on a very specific warrant application against Ms. Greer, citing that she allegedly made harassing phone calls to Ms. Diallo. Okay. So this is not relevant to it.
I got it. This is just a potential evidence from a witness who may be supporting the allegations. I just want to see if she can point to anything. So I see you got this.
Oh, right there, where that star is. Where he's saying that I got 50 phone calls, and he also mentions the fake IG pages that she's been stopping me from.
Okay. And you're alleging that this is the third party.
I'm objecting with regards to hearsay.
Yes, the man that was just sitting next to her.
And I will say, obviously, that if this person commits to being a witness here, you have an opportunity to cross-examine him on these matters as well. So.
But at this particular juncture, it will be hearsay, Your Honor, because she's offering.
You're right.
So I'm objecting on that basis.
If she intends to call him as a witness, or you have him as a witness, obviously she'll be able to cross-examine. All right. Do you have outside of these these are all communications that you've had with this other gentleman in this text message? I mean, in this email chain, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. Since he's here, I'm going to give you an opportunity, if he's here, to cross-examine him. If they allege, obviously if he testifies. Bear with me. We already got that one. All right. I think I looked at both of them. I think you sent me 2 emails, correct, with both text messages from this individual that you've identified as Jay, as well as text messages or phone calls that you alleged, and that the respondent made to you as well. Is that correct? Ms. Diallo?
That's correct. Actually, well, I sent 3. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm listening.
You can hear me, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh, yes, I was saying I actually sent 3 emails, but one was kind of stemming from 2022. It was just to show a pattern in the history of her actions, but I guess that's not really relevant.
Okay. Do you have it? I just want to make sure. Do you have any text messages or anything indicating that they were made on March 9th or March 10th?
March 10th. I actually have text messages coming from Rael herself. I do have that.
Is that something that you submitted to the court?
No, I did not.
Okay. I always tell people, you got something, you want me to look at it, you haven't sent it to me, then how can I consider it? But all right. If that is your evidence and there's nothing else at this juncture, counsel, I understand you've objected to those matters. It's kind of odd, obviously, when you're the judge. I'm not a jury, so I kind of see everything anyway. But nonetheless, I will go ahead and allow you to proceed. I know you've already cross-examined her, but I will allow you to. She didn't testify. This is just evidence, so we'll get into it. Did you want to call your first witness?
Actually, Your Honor, at this particular juncture, and I'm looking for the sake of time as well, being that it's 7:52, it's our position that the applicant has not met her burden with regards to her warrant application and providing evidence to substantiate that my client harassed her via phone calls and made repeated phone calls to her on March the 9th, 2023. So therefore, respectfully, Your Honor, we're going to request this warrant application be dismissed.
Okay, do you have any response, Mr. Young?
However, while I don't have any proof that it came from the number actually came from a cell phone company or anything like that, the fact that we texted back and forth from this number, I think that shows proof that she has been harassing me. Yeah. And also text messages coming from her fiance and me and him talking about ways to get her to stop to me. I think that also shows a lot as well. And he also sent me, I think you showed that, but he sent me like a link to get, I guess like those no caller IDs to stop. So me and Jay actually tried to get those harassing phone calls to stop before I actually took it to court.
Well, hold on.
Yeah, I just want the harassing to stop.
I understand. And so I just want to make sure that I understand your response. Because the court does see a communication from some other individual number, but based upon your statements, that's not the respondent on March 9th, but does not provide any other evidence of actual calls. It just gives the allegations. Because of that, counsel, I cannot grant your motion, your request, because I do see that right here that there is a number from this individual that you've then, counsel, alleged to me that is there. Now, obviously, it's up to you whether or not he testifies, but says that there was some harassment going on.
Your Honor, that's hearsay.
That's hearsay.
That's hearsay.
He said that. He said that. No, he said that.
Well, wait. Listen, Mr. Diallo, don't do that. Don't do that.
Your Honor, that's hearsay. I have not opened the door to that. And she's offering that for the purpose of the truth. And simply, Your Honor, just because he acknowledges that calls are going through, there is no acknowledgement that Rael Greer is the center or the origin of those phone calls.
All right, so Mr. Diallo, do you have any proof that she's the center of these phone calls? Because I will say none of the evidence that you submitted, even on other dates, show that she's the individual that's harassing. Now, obviously, my concern is, counsel, is this, not this TikTok, but this allegation that she's posted her address. Any response to that?
Your Honor, my response was that earlier. We are here on a very specific application for a warrant stating or alleging that my client engaged in harassing phone calls and repeated phone calls. She had the opportunity to address this alleged TikTok post in Fulton County when she put forth her petition for a TPO against my client, and it was dismissed for lack of evidence. So therefore, Your Honor, I would respectfully ask that the court stick to the regiment that we're here and the parameters and the basis of this application, where the petitioner who's present on this Zoom today stated and alleged that Rael Greer engaged in alleged harassing phone calls, repeated phone calls on March the 9th, 2023. The petitioner has not provided any evidence in her testimony or the actual evidence that she emailed to the court that substantiates a claim or that my client was engaged in any type of harassing phone calls on March the 9th, 2023, which is the basis of her warrant application this evening. So therefore, once again, Your Honor, respectfully, we're asking the court dismiss this petition, this warrant petition, because the petitioner has failed to meet her burden. She hadn't provided any records from a cell phone provider or a telephone provider. She hasn't provided any records from the owner or the issuer of this alleged second text, whatever number, I don't remember the phrase she used, providing ownership to my client. She hasn't provided any records of any correspondence from the alleged date that she stated in her warrant application. And what she'd like to hang her hat upon is prohibited by hearsay. We have not opened the door. This person, this third party, has not testified. I haven't made him available to the court. And even if I did, those dates on March the 9th, at no point in time is there any admission that there's been any type of harassment via phone calls, which is the basis of this warrant petition while we're here today, by Ms. Greer. So therefore, it's our position that, as I stated now for the fourth time, that the petitioner has not met her burden.
All right, hold time.
And our TPO was dismissed this morning, or this afternoon.
I understand. Hold on. All right, and again, counsel, I'm just reviewing again the application.
It's very
The
specific.
application. Actually, if I can
Hold on.
see,
I don't want anybody to speak because I'm just trying to think. I apologize.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Now, I will say this. The court acknowledges that the application is specific to March 9th. It is concerning that March 9th is the date and you're saying March 10th, as well as we don't seem to have any sufficient evidence from March 9th. Now, I will say, counsel, she does make a clear allegation on the particular application about this particular post with her address. That seems to be something that was also made in the allegation. So it's relevant. However, I don't have any evidence to support that she did it. You have provided me nothing. Obviously, I understand that you guys have some history, but that in and of itself is not necessarily indicative that that was committed or that particular crime was committed. Furthermore, Ms. Diallo, I understand the burden is probable cause. And I have seen some evidence of some missed calls. I've seen some evidence of some communication, but none to suggest that she had harassing phone calls with you on that date or on other dates. I understand there is some communication as well from other individuals that may very well be involved. But that person, unless he's going to be your witness, has not come to testify on your behalf. Are you indicating that this other individual is going to be testifying on your behalf? Have you called him? Have you secured him as a witness?
I did not secure him as a witness.
And if I don't know what he's going to testify, but obviously we have an individual on the other side that he's now alleging that he's testifying or with the respondent. So this is what the court's going to do.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't have sufficient information at this juncture to be able to issue an arrest warrant on the allegations made. I understand you guys have done quite a bit of work outside of this hearing to do with TPOs and otherwise. Again, my limited job is to determine whether or not there was the crime that was alleged was committed. Now, you could have a crime that was committed the next day, and that would be a separate situation. That'd be a separate allegation and application. I've seen people do that. In fact, I think I have a case right now where that might be happening in the next case. But nonetheless, because of that, I will say that I just don't have the evidence to support this position. And so as a result, it will be dismissed. Now, again, obviously, if things keep happening, folks have the full rights of the law. But as of right now, what was supported today, this evening, there's insufficient probable cause for us to proceed. Okay? So I won't be issuing an arrest warrant. I pray everybody gets it all together because it sounds like it's a little broken up. But otherwise, that'll be the order of the court.
Thank you, Your Honor. Should we expect your order at some point this week or this evening?
It won't be this evening. It'll just be a dismissal, so it won't be any significant order other than just a dismissal. Remember, this was not an actual warrant. This is determining whether or not a warrant was going to actually issue. So that's a little different.
Yes, Your Honor.
And just pray you folks, have better days. But you guys are free to leave.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good evening.
Yes, well. All right, folks. We're at 8, and that's fine. Let's see what case that we're proceeding with next. Excuse me, not Lamar Johnson. All right, I've got McCune as well as Azana Garrett. Miss McCune, can you go ahead and there you go. All right, Mrs. Azana. All right, Miss McCune, you can try to keep the camera on your face. I know there's a lot of moving around. I appreciate it. All right. Now, ladies, I just want to make sure that you understand we're here on an allegation of criminal trespass, damage to property. And this is from a February 21st, 2023 date. Okay. And so, as I said before, Ms. McCune, I give everyone at least about 3 minutes to give me a little background and statement about what happened. I'll give the same to I'll allow Miss Azana, to do this, to give that initial statement. Then you'll have an opportunity as well. Then you'll have an opportunity as well, Ms. McCune, to respond. And then we'll get into evidence. Let me be clear here. Did you guys submit any evidence to the court?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Clerk, did we get something from these ladies?
I believe I sent you some. I know from.
Yes, I see, Miss Garrett. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. All right. Did you submit anything, Miss McCune?
No.
Okay. All right. Do you have any witnesses with you, Miss McCune?
Yes.
And who's that witness?
Mercedes.
Is Mercedes in the car with you?
Yes.
I bet you she is. That means I can have a hard time sequestering somebody who's in a car with you. All right. What about Miss Azana? Do you have a witness as well?
Yes, I do.
Is that the person that's behind you?
Yeah. Can you see her? I can't really see on the camera.
No, I can't really see. She's blurred out a little bit. But I can't. She'd have to be, right in the camera for me to see. All right. So this is what I normally sequester witnesses. But you guys obviously have all your witnesses with you, and I don't know how you can, Miss McCune can sequester her. She can't throw her out of a running car, and that would be a problem.
We're gonna stop. We on the way. We like 2 minutes from our location.
2 minutes.
So about time she done telling the situation.
Yeah, but I need her gone before she starts telling. Okay. And so,
Okay.
You guys are delaying me here. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna hold you tight, Miss Azana, Miss McCune, Miss Garrett, Miss McCune. We're gonna hold tight. You're gonna get to your location so we can have this and you be focused. We'll hear you right after I hear this Shannon and Stacey Shorts matter. So you guys hold tight.
Oh, well, we actually pulling in the location.
Are you pulling in?
Yes, I'm right here coming in now.
I'm gonna give you 30 seconds.
Okay.
Don't drive reckless, because then that'll be another situation.
Right there. It's right here. This fine. It's fine. Okay. We here now.
All right, well, if you can just kind of get away from your witness a little bit, I greatly appreciate it.
Make sure my phone don't die. Oh, it's not gonna die.
All right. You gone?
Yeah.
Let me get your right hand raised, Miss Garrett. All right, so this happened in February. That's recent.
Oh, that's because it's the end of the video. Let's just not make that same mistake and replay it again. Let's get the next video. Hold on. Oh, that was close. We've done it before, guys, where we watched the same video for a while. Some of you were there that night. You may remember that. This one.
Sequester, can you tell your witness as well, Miss Garrett, to go to another room?
Okay. We gotta go. Oh. You gotta raise your arm.
No, Miss McHugh, no, not your witness. You need to go away from your witness.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay. I'm away from.
Okay. All right. Walk away from him.
Okay, I'm away from her.
I would prefer if you would be in a place where you would just kind of be stationary. It just would be a lot easier because then your screen can focus on your face and not everything else around you.
Okay.
Okay, because I'm gonna get you under oath, so I need you to stop. This is why we like to have people physically in court, because when you're in court, my deputy would tell you to stop, and you wouldn't be able to do any of this. It's just frustrating when you are moving around like that and we're trying to have a hearing. So, Miss McCune, can you stop so I can get you under oath? Can you hear me? Can you stop? There you go. Stop. Yeah, thank you. Miss Garrett, can you raise your right hand? Has your witness gone on to the other room? Miss Garrett, has your witness moved to the other room?
Yes.
Okay. Miss McCune, do you swear? Can you keep your hand up? Come on now. Come on. Folks, can you keep your hand up, right hand?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and a penalty and perjury of the law?
Yes.
Excellent. All right, Miss Garrett, I'm going to give you 3 minutes. It's essentially 8:09, 8:10. I'll give you till about 8:13. Go ahead. Tell me what's going on with this event.
Okay, so on the night of February the 21st, my guy friend and my other friend, which was my witness, and her, along with her 2 kids, we were waiting at the gas station. And approximately 5 minutes later, she approached with 5 other girls that was bigger than me, and blocked my car from me coming out. And she proceeded to get out the car and to get me out to fight her. And she was banging on the doors and stuff like that. And my friend was telling her that it was children in the car, and I had the baby in my hand. And after that, she proceeded to bust my headlights, and I called the police, but she was already gone by the time I called the police. And the other girls, they had their phones out recording.
Okay. Is that it?
Yes.
Miss McCune, it is 8:10. You get to about 8:13, 8:14. Tell me what's going on if you want to. You don't have to.
Okay, so I had received one thing.
Come on, focus. That's why I told you I need you in a quiet place and sitting down.
Okay, so she had came to my house. She was in the car with my baby daddy.
she had brought him to my house, I guess, to get some of his clothes. And I wasn't at home just yet. I had pulled up to my house. She was in the apartments before she pulled to the store. She was in our apartments. The store is right here where my house is. She had pulled to, she was in the apartment, then she pulled to the store. She had already been, when I wasn't here, my sister said she was out here saying slick stuff in the car, her friend. They knew they had 2 kids in the car. Me and you, we already had an incident before last year. Why would you continue to come around to somebody else's house? You know y'all have an issue already. And she continues to come around to my house knowing me and her have an issue. So when she came to my house, me and her got into it. We pulled to the store together. And it went on from there. My baby daddy wasn't around. He was at the house when we went to the store.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
All right. All right. Well, I'm going to have Ms. Garrett introduce either her evidence or her first witness. So what would you like the court to review first?
I would like to introduce my witness.
Okay. All right. Who's your witness?
Joy. Can you see her?
Joy never leave. Joy never left. All right. Let me get you on the road, Joy. Gee, this is why I'm frustrated. You understand? Joy, are you going to testify? Ladies, come on. Y'all slowing me down.
Yeah.
I want to do it. All right, Joy, can I get the camera where I'm not just looking at your nose and one of your eyes? Why do you hold the camera like that? Can't you just hold it directly on your face? I don't understand. Can you raise your right hand, Joy?
Yes.
And what's your full name, Joy?
Okay.
Joy Cash?
Yes.
Dash? I don't hear nothing that you're saying. Okay. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, under penalty and perjury of the law?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Garrett, you can ask her some questions regarding the event that happened on February 21st.
Ask my witness some questions.
Yes, your witness just can't say whatever they want to. Go ahead.
Okay. Did she bust the headlights?
Yeah.
Did you
Let's be clear. When you say she, who are we talking about?
The defendant?
Well, she's not the defendant yet, but okay. All right. Next question.
And did you ask her repeatedly to stop because the kids was in the car?
Yeah.
I couldn't hear what she said. Let me ask you a question. Ms. Garrett, do you guys have her on a earphone?
Yeah, I can't
Take it off Bluetooth for me, please, and go ahead and put it on speaker.
Can you say something now? I'm not sure if I can hear you.
That's way better. So why don't you go ahead, Ms. Joy? I want to see your face, so you can turn so I can see your face.
Your Honor, I can't hear you. My phone is very low.
Well, then turn it up.
Can you say something now?
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can still hear you, but it's very low.
Well, then listen really closely. I just need to hear Joy. So put the camera on Joy.
Yeah.
And now ask Joyce. Joy can hold the camera. I just need to hear the questions and her response.
Okay. So yes, we were never parked at her house. We were at the gas station.
Next question, Ms. Garrett from Joy.
I can't. Your Honor, I can't hear you. My phone is very low.
Are you still on Bluetooth? It shouldn't be that low.
Your Honor?
I'm right here.
Yes, I can't hear it on my phone.
I can hear you just fine.
Can you, Your Honor?
I can hear you. You just can't hear me.
No.
I know, but you can hear me, but you say you can't hear me. Continue with your questioning of Miss Joy. Keep going. Ask some questions.
Okay, were there 5 other girls bringing me at the
Yes, it was 5 other girls trying to jump her.
Anything else? Any other questions that you have for
No,
Miss
I
Garrett?
can't think of anything else.
All right, Miss McCune, do you have any questions for Joy? Put the phone on Joy's face.
No, I don't have any questions for Joy.
Okay, all right. Do you have any other witnesses, Miss Garrett?
No.
Okay. Do you have any other evidence that we would want to look at?
Yes, I have evidence.
Okay, hold tight.
Do you want me to show you or?
No, I got it here. What you said. Bear with me. All right. All right, hold tight. I'm going to introduce the evidence that you provided. All right, Ms. Garrett, tell me what we're looking at.
That's the car that she drove in that blocked me in the car.
Okay. And I'm going to get Miss McCune to ask you some questions as well, okay? So hold tight. And what's this about? Because this is from July.
These are just text messages that he repeatedly just texting.
And what is this?
Mind you, Your Honor, I never. That's my busted headlights.
Okay. And what is this?
That's me paying the receipt paying for my headlights.
And what is this?
Her calling from multiple no caller ID.
And what is this that you're having the court to look at? What is this? Who is this supposed to be allegedly from?
It's proof that she had busted my headlight. She texted that from her friend account. All I did was just block the account. I never had a conversation with her at all.
Do you have any other evidence?
No.
Okay. All right, Miss McCune. Miss McCune, did you hop back into a car?
You said, did I hop back into a car? The car that I was in, that's the car.
Okay, don't drive. Don't move around. Just stay right there. Don't take off into another trip.
No, we're not driving. We parked. We at the house.
Okay, just want to make sure. All right, do you have any questions for Miss Garrett?
The messages you're showing is when we got into our incident last year.
Okay. Do you have any questions for Miss Garrett?
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking her.
Oh, you're asking her a question now. Miss Garrett, Miss McCune is asking you a question.
Yes, those happened last year. But the one when she said come fix the car from her friend, that was recent.
Miss McCune, do you have another question for Miss Garrett?
No, I don't. I'm just listening.
Okay. All right. Miss McCune, do you have any evidence that Miss Garrett, do you have any other witnesses?
No.
Do you have any other evidence?
No.
Okay. All right, Miss McCune, tell me, do you have any witnesses that you would like to introduce now?
Yes.
And who would that be?
Mercedes Thomas.
Who?
Mercedes Thomas.
Okay, where's Mercedes Thomas?
She's right here.
Let me get her face. Let me look at her.
She's getting back in the car. Hello. I mean, hey, I'm sorry. Sorry. Gotta show your face. Show my face.
And then get you on. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and a penalty and perjury of the law?
Yes.
All right. So, Miss McCune, you can ask your witness some questions.
He said you can ask me any question. Hit the green. Right here. Asking a question. Okay. The night that everything happened, did she pull to my house first and then pull to the store? Yes. Because that happened was she got into it with Kaya them sisters or whatever, and they altercated from the apartments to the store. So when that happened, by that time I was getting ready to go because I got two sons of my own, so I was going home to mine. So we was on the way home. The only thing I know that McCune, they all flew to the store. It was just words that was being said, all type of stuff. And I was just like, I'm not going to get myself involved with it because I don't know what's really going on. But it do have something to do with her baby and stuff. And you got to understand when you're dealing with somebody that have a baby by a person, you're going to have to understand when you come to their house, you got to respect their household at the end of the day. Because there's a baby involved. So, what's the other question? What else? Oh, her friend that's right there. Mm-hmm. She said that Azana said that her friend. Did she say her friend was the one that be texting and calling off her phone and it don't be her? Yeah, that was honest truth. Yes.
Okay, listen, that's not relevant. Let's talk about the event. We're here about whether or not something was broken. So let's stay focused. So, Miss McCune, do you have any other questions?
No, she said no.
Okay. Miss Garrett, do you have any questions for the witness?
Yes. Yes.
Hold on, Miss McCune, can you put the camera back on your witness? Yep, ma'am, you're not done. Miss Garrett,
yes.
Go ahead and ask her some questions.
My witnesses? Witness?
No, Miss, if you want to ask their witness some questions about the event, you are able to. If you don't want to, you don't have to.
Your Honor, the witness that's in the video, I'm not very familiar with her. I didn't see her at the when this event occurred.
Okay, so you don't have to ask her any questions. It's not required.
No, I don't want to ask any questions because I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. All right. Well, Miss McCune, you can let that witness go. Do you have any other witnesses?
No.
Well, if that's all the evidence, Miss Garrett, I'm going to give you an opportunity to give a closing about why you want this arrest warrant to issue against Miss McCune. I will say, yeah, well, there, go ahead.
Okay, I want this arrest done because she has been causing emotional distress to me. And I never met her a day in my life. Like, all this is because of her child's father. And
Miss Garrett, can you focus on giving a statement here? I understand a lot's going on. But if you want something from the court, you got to stay focused.
okay.
I can't even see your face. Can you put the phone to where I can see your face? Come on, ladies. You guys know how to do this. You should know how to be able to at least have a Zoom call and be professional. If you don't, we're going to learn today. So keep the phone on your face. Let me ask you one other question. How old are both of you? How old are you, Miss Garrett?
21.
How old are you, Miss McCune?
21.
And how many children do you have, Miss McCune?
Just one.
How many children do you have, Miss Garrett?
I don't have any kids.
You don't have any kids?
No.
So y'all don't even share a child with the same name.
No.
Ms. Garrett, please give your closing statement. A closing statement is finish why you think she should be arrested.
I think she should be arrested because I feel like she should be arrested because she rides past my house. She calls me from unknown numbers, and it's been causing me emotional distress. She threatened me. One time she told me that she was gonna beat my ace on my dead ace brother.
Anything else?
No.
All right, Miss McCune.
Can I say something?
Yeah, this is your opportunity to say something. You have 3
The unknown numbers. Azana, do you?
No. Let me just
I'm asking.
No, but this isn't a question time. This is an opportunity for you to tell the court why you shouldn't be arrested. You ladies are really young for this, and I really can see that.
I don't. The only reason why I call her for unknown numbers is because she allowed my baby.
I don't want to hear about that. I want to hear why you think you should not be arrested.
Because I don't harass her. I call her on the phone because that's the only way to contact him. They share the same phone. With the headlight, yes, I had busted her headlight because she came to my house.
Miss McCune. Now I didn't know you were going to say that, but I had a sneaking suspicion that somehow you were going to admit to busting out this lady's headlight.
Yeah, I never said I did because she had a video. I never said I did. When she had said it the first time, I never said I did.
So you never said that you didn't bust out her headlight?
No, I didn't.
So you're saying you did bust out her headlight?
When we was into it, yes, at the store. When she came to my house. The same night everything happened.
All right, Miss McCune. Maybe because you're 21, you don't understand. We're here because there's an allegation that you committed a crime. All right? Y'all gonna learn something tonight. The allegation is that you committed a crime, right? I'm here to determine whether or not there's sufficient evidence that you committed a crime. You understand? And so the whole purpose of this hearing was for me to be able to elicit evidence or receive evidence from both you, Ms. Garrett, as well as you, right? Now, both of you have presented things, but really nothing that you presented at the time, Ms. McCune, really had any relevance to this headlight being busted, right? And Ms. Garrett, please keep the camera on your face, please. This isn't an opportunity to keep moving away. If your hand is tired, you can prop it up. Miss Garrett supplied pictures of the broken headlight and cost, right? You're saying you broke it. You didn't tell me anything else. So I'm trying to figure out why I shouldn't just issue the arrest warrant because you did the crime that they alleged that you did on the application. You admitted it right here. Do you understand that?
Yes, but she came to my house.
But that's not a crime to come to your house.
If we have a problem with each other, why would you be at somebody else's house?
Let me help you understand, because I understand that I don't think you do understand. Going to someone's house is not a crime unless they were trespassing, unless they knew. If they went with somebody else who had authority to let her into the house, she didn't break in, somebody let her in. That's not a crime. Her having beef with you is not a crime. Her having a dating your baby daddy ain't a crime. None of that's a crime. And so you committing a crime because you failed to believe or understand that what she did wasn't a crime, and just because someone commits a crime against you doesn't justify you committing a crime against someone else. Let me make sure you understand that, because at your young age, you and all your friends, if you do that, you will be in jail. I don't want you to be in jail. You're too young. You got a child. But you seem to not understand the repercussions of your actions. I'm only spending this time because I know you're not listening to me. But I want to at least be able to make sure that I say it to you. this kind of behavior is just unacceptable between two women about nothing. So now you're going to turn yourself into jail because you broke somebody's headlight because they went to your house. Do you understand how foolish that is? Do you understand that you're 21 years old and you don't need to start your life out like that? But do you understand that that's what you're essentially doing? She don't even got a baby with this man. But you're upset and broke a headlight. So this is what we're going to do. I want you to learn, and this is a good place for you to learn. You're going to turn yourself in. I'm going to give you a week to turn yourself in. Because I don't want you to lose a job. I don't want you to lose your child. I want you to learn that what you did was a crime. Now, I don't know whether or not the solicitor is going to take up this matter. But what I'm going to do, especially since you and this young lady don't share a child with the same man, in addition to having you turn yourself in, and you'll be released, you'll be fingerprinted, you'll be released, and you're not going to have to pay any money to be released. But I'm going to put a stay-away order, special condition regarding Miss Garrett, meaning that you are not to call her, you're not to text her, don't come by her house, don't do any of that. And Miss Garrett, I want to be clear that you are not to do and try to go around her to instigate any of these actions. You understand?
Yes.
Because this is unacceptable. I just spent 30 minutes with you ladies where you guys basically wasted the court's time. And then Miss McCune, at the end, in telling the court why you shouldn't go to jail, you admit that you committed the act. And I appreciate you being honest. I really do. But what the court is most upset about is that, ladies, that this is even happening and how this has all been presented. And so, nonetheless, I do see that Miss Garrett did suffer damage to her car, damage that cost less than $500, but greater than zero. And so I'm going to issue the arrest warrant. So again, today is 5/1. Miss McCune, do you have a job?
Yes.
Okay. And what's your hours of where do you work? And we're not weird, but what are your hours?
9 p.m. to 6:30 a.m.
9 p.m. So you work the overnight shift. Okay. Today is Monday the 1st. I'm going to give you to the 9th. Listen to me. I'm going to give you to the 9th to turn yourself in. Are you listening to me? Okay, we're going to email you instructions as well. All right. I'm going to give you the 9th to turn yourself in. You're going to come to the jail down at Memorial Drive. Right? Listen, because if you don't listen, you don't turn yourself in, you will have a warrant against you. You're going to be riding and somebody's going to come and pull you over and arrest you. I don't want that for you and your child. You understand? And so you're going to turn yourself in, they're going to fingerprint you, and then you're going to have a special condition to stay away from Miss Garrett. Miss Garrett, I am going to give you until the 4th, you understand, to sign this warrant and special condition. All right? Once you sign the warrant and special condition, Miss McCune, you are free to come in and turn yourself in. You should not have to spend greater than a couple of hours to transition through the process. But once you're released, I want you to understand, a condition of your bond is to stay away from this woman. You have no reason to be around her. You don't share a child with this woman. It may be her baby's father that you have as a boyfriend or whatever, but otherwise you have no reason to contact her. So don't. I don't want to see you young women in front of me again in these type of situations. It'll be your choice though if you do. And so, clerk, do we have both of their emails?
No, I just sent Miss McCune, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, a chat to send me your email address, please, so that I can send you the instructions. And I think I do have the applicant, Miss Garrett. I have her email address. So I can send her the instructions as well. Thank you. I have it.
All right, excellent. Miss McCune, do you understand what I'm saying and what I instructed you to do? And we're going to send you some email instructions as well.
Yes.
You do? You understand?
Yes.
Miss Garrett, do you understand?
Yes, yeah.
All right. Ladies, I do really wish you the best. I swear I don't ever want to see you in a criminal court again. But that'll be the order of the court. You guys are free to go and follow those instructions. All right. You guys may leave. All right, folks.
Well, guys, what did you think about that? I think that might have been one of the first times that they have put that into place. Um, we are, there's lots of court going on. There's always things stopping courts, starting courts, all the different things. But don't worry. If it comes down to it and I have to actually go and apply to get cameras in courtrooms, I'll do that. I'll do it for us guys because I know how much this means to us and we're all addicted to court anyways. Listen, I am so glad that you've been here tonight. I hope you have a wonderful evening. I am going to they will not go back to all complete in person, Denisha. I don't think. I think that there's just enough space for both, but we'll see. Again, I'm Canadian. I can say whatever I want because none of it's about me, really. But I I will. I'll look it up. I know for a fact though there are some judges that continually want to keep doing this. There were some CPS judges I heard talk about the actual like way better outcomes or participation amongst their the clients or the people that they're working with. And so it's one of those things that I really think we should keep going if we can. But part of that is like we need to help people be more appropriate. Like this evening was a great example. Poor Judge Davis. Like, my God, that woman couldn't hold her freaking phone still. I swear to God, I've made $1 million idea, which is just a phone holder that holds your phone in place while you're in court. But um I think uh you know there's so much, yeah, it's so efficient, and mostly I think lawyers are the ones it's the most efficient for because what you'll find is that they can do so many more hearings via Zoom. And so I mean, it's been how many years now? I don't think it's going anywhere entirely. If I'm wrong, I'll eat my words, find something else. No, I won't. I will literally go to courtrooms. But I I have good feelings that they won't. The thing is that um what you have to remember as well is that courts are basically if that Nana wants her hot pad, she's like this. Okay, Nana, I'm getting it right now. The courts are basically all they do want judicial efficiency. That's something that is important. So they can't ignore that entirely, but there is something to be said for us watching and sort of picking at the different hearings because that can be difficult for some judges who maybe are used to ruling their courtrooms differently, right? Anyways, guys, I really appreciate you coming out tonight, for all the people that donated, for joining members. That is the way I see it. I'm definitely going to check that out. Um, you know what? Anything can change any day, and I don't take anything for granted, but I am hopeful that it will be okay. I send good vibes. So, anyways, here you go, Nana. Have a good night. Love you. Okay, Nana's taken care of. Yeah. I won't let it get locked in the room. Um, yes. Anyways, guys, I am gonna go find more court for you. I found some really cool hearings today, learning about YouTube Daddy and what he lets us see and not. Um, Valentino, I think we'll always be able to do that going forward somehow, some way. But, anyways, I love you guys all so much. Thank you so much for being here. Have a good night. Be good to somebody tomorrow. go check out my friends, Credence and Mikey, Time Served. That's the way I see it. Looking at legal stuff, please. They are doing we're all doing God's work here, finding court for us all, and we appreciate you guys all so much for being here. We will be doing fun things this week, and don't forget, Cook Week is coming up May 8th to 16th. I will be streaming day and night for that week in a new kitchen, and it's gonna be amazing. All right, guys. Oh, I'm not going anywhere. Never, ever, ever. Don't you worry about that. You're stuck with me now, guys. Mwah. I love y'all. Have a great night. We'll talk tomorrow. Bye. That's right. Hit that button on the way out. Make sure your attendance is counted.